right now. Good evening. It is 6:00 p.m. and I call to order the December 14th, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion? I did not pass out any of the stuff I was supposed to pass out. All right. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session for discussion of employment recommendations, a contractual matter related to ad hoc committee for B policy revisions? Y'all need a shorter name. And for the discussion of proposed property contractual arrangements for the purchase of land for a new River Bluff area elementary school.
Madam Chair, I move that the board enter into executive session to consider employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 academic year, discuss a contractual matter related to the ad hoc committee for B policy revisions, and for discussion of proposed property contractual arrangements for the purchase of land for a new River Bluff area elementary school.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. We will now enter into executive session. I wouldn't go looking for him. He was at the I've seen him.
Hello, Lexington District 1 families. I'm Superintendent Dr. Greg Little, and I want to talk to you about something that's really been weighing on my heart, the safety of our students and staff. Last week, yet another tragic school shooting occurred in Michigan. I know our Lexington 1 family joins me in keeping the families of Oxford in our thoughts and our prayers. When life-altering events like this occur, it is common for there to be an uptick in reports and rumors of threats to schools across the country. Unfortunately, Lexington District 1 is experiencing this now. We've had several instances of students threatening violence against schools in the last few days. And to add to that, we've dealt with some other instances of students bringing guns and knives to our schools before the Michigan shooting took place. I want to stress that weapons of any kind will not be tolerated at our schools. Threats of violence against our schools or threats against our students and staff will not be tolerated. The students involved in these situations not only face expulsion, but we will prosecute them to the furthest extent of the law. Actions and words have consequences, and in these cases, those consequences are very serious. The safety of our students and staff is always at the forefront. Understandably, some of you may feel a heightened sense of concern regarding school safety. Please know that we remain vigilant and continue to deploy a multitude of safety strategies as we work closely with law enforcement. We use a multi-layered approach to school safety. Our schools and offices have enhanced safety and security features like cameras or buzzer systems. We have personnel such as our school resource officers who serve at each campus. And we implement programs and resources to help students who are struggling. Now, we obviously don't want to share all of our security measures with the public because that could put our students and staff at risk. I can share that our schools practice safety drills so students and staff are better prepared to remain calm in an emergency. During the recent situation at White Knoll High School, the drills allowed our students and staff to know exactly what to do in a lockdown. I'm incredibly thankful for the White Knoll students and staff for how they handled that situation. Our most powerful security tool has been and always will be our students. We empower students to share if they hear about or witness any threat to our safety. If you see something or you hear something, you must say something. We thoroughly investigate every reported tip or rumor when it comes to safety. Though alarming, the incidents that have taken place in the last few days have all ended safely because the systems we have in place worked. Students bravely reported what they heard, and the staff knew exactly what to do to resolve the situations. If students are uncomfortable, though, coming to an administrator or a teacher, we also have a tip line where students or staff can anonymously text or call concerns. The tip line is listed on the back of all our students and staff IDs, as is the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. A large part of school safety involves prioritizing the mental and emotional well-being of our students and staff. A team of school counselors work in each school to support our students. We encourage students to talk to their counselors if they are struggling with an issue. Our mental wellness teams work to ensure that resources and support are appropriately directed for our students. Our schools also set aside advocacy time so that students can connect with each other and grow stronger relationships. We partner with Lexington County Community Health to serve students and families through school-based mental health counselors at each school too. I promise you that the district will continue to find ways to be proactive when it comes to school safety, but we need your help. Please secure the guns and weapons in your house to make sure your children cannot access them. Talk to your student about the dangers of weapons and model responsible gun behaviors. Talk about the seriousness of making threats towards the school or to other people and the importance of reporting what you see and hear. I would also encourage you, especially parents of little ones, to routinely check your students' pockets and backpack to make sure they aren't bringing prohibited items to school. I end today by saying that I appreciate you taking the time to watch this video. I know it was a little longer than usual, but this topic is important to all of us. We must work together to keep our schools, our students, our staff, and our community safe. Thank you.
I love Lake Marion Elementary School. I love being a mariner. Lake Marion is a unified champion school.
Ready? Count these.
1, 2, 3.
3, good. Put it with 3.
We have that family culture here where we don't look at people any differently. And I think also focusing on values, just like the national banner, you focus on certain values. We focus on certain values here at Lake Murray. And so when you stop pointing out what makes us different, everyone kind of skips over that and starts to just have fun and be around each other and accept each other.
Mr. helped me write, and Miss Miller helped me to speech, and the walking teacher helped me to show me how to walk, and the other one is Miss Beck, and Costello and Miss Rainer.
Regular ed students playing with or walking down the hall with students that don't look like them or that are in a different type of learning environment, it's very heartwarming. And that's when you see that all the work that you do that you feel like sometimes is not known or seen as much, you're like, you know what, this is why we do what we do. It's for these kids to be given an opportunity just like everyone else.
Being a national unified champion school means so much to me as a principal because what it represents is the heart that our school has. It represents our culture, it represents our community, it represents our staff, students, and teachers. So having this award is probably one of the greatest awards we will ever achieve.
All you need is love, love.
It's just different here. I think back to Dr. Little saying all means all, and it really is a district of love and acceptance.
The one great thing about our school and winning this award is that it's about how we bring each other together. Our children are learning at a very young age that just because you might look different or learn different, that at the end of the day, we all have the same heart.
They make me happy when they help me. I love Lake Murray.
what's in your mind, to a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day's done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. Heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do. We are one. We are how we treat each other when the day's done. We are peace. We are war. We are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other.
Hello, Lexington District 1 families. I'm Superintendent Dr. Greg Little, and I want to talk to you about something that's really been weighing on my heart, the safety of our students and staff. Last week, yet another tragic school shooting occurred in Michigan. I know our Lexington 1 family joins me in keeping the families of Oxford in our thoughts and our prayers. When life-altering events like this occur, it is common for there to be an uptick in reports and rumors of threats to schools across the country. Unfortunately, Lexington District 1 is experiencing this now. We've had several instances of students threatening violence against schools in the last few days. And to add to that, we've dealt with some other instances of students bringing guns and knives to our schools before the Michigan shooting took place. I want to stress that weapons of any kind will not be tolerated at our schools. Threats of violence against our schools or threats against our students and staff will not be tolerated. The students involved in these situations not only face expulsion, but we will prosecute them to the furthest extent of the law. Actions and words have consequences, and in these cases, those consequences are very serious. The safety of our students and staff is always at the forefront. Understandably, some of you may feel a heightened sense of concern regarding school safety. Please know that we remain vigilant and continue to deploy a multitude of safety strategies as we work closely with law enforcement. We use a multi-layered approach to school safety. Our schools and offices have enhanced safety and security features like cameras or buzzer systems. We have personnel such as our school resource officers who serve at each campus. And we implement programs and resources to help students who are struggling. Now, we obviously don't want to share all of our security measures with the public because that could put our students and staff at risk. I can share that our schools practice safety drills so students and staff are better prepared to remain calm in an emergency. During the recent situation at White Knoll High School, the drills allowed our students and staff to know exactly what to do in a lockdown. I'm incredibly thankful for the White Knoll students and staff for how they handled that situation. Our most powerful security tool has been and always will be our students. We empower students to share if they hear about or witness any threat to our safety. If you see something or you hear something, you must say something. We thoroughly investigate every reported tip or rumor when it comes to safety. Though alarming, the incidents that have taken place in the last few days have all ended safely because the systems we have in place worked. Students bravely reported what they heard, and the staff knew exactly what to do to resolve the situations. If students are uncomfortable, though, coming to an administrator or a teacher, we also have a tip line where students or staff can anonymously text or call concerns. The tip line is listed on the back of all our students and staff IDs, as is the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. A large part of school safety involves prioritizing the mental and emotional well-being of our students and staff. A team of school counselors work in each school to support our students. We encourage students to talk to their counselors if they are struggling with an issue. Our mental wellness teams work to ensure that resources and support are appropriately directed for our students. Our schools also set aside advocacy time so that students can connect with each other and grow stronger relationships. We partner with Lexington County Community Health to serve students and families through school-based mental health counselors at each school too. I promise you that the district will continue to find ways to be proactive when it comes to school safety, but we need your help. Please secure the guns and weapons in your house to make sure your children cannot access them. Talk to your student about the dangers of weapons and model responsible gun behaviors. Talk about the seriousness of making threats towards the school or to other people and the importance of reporting what you see and hear. I would also encourage you, especially parents of little ones, to routinely check your students' pockets and backpack to make sure they aren't bringing prohibited items to school. I end today by saying that I appreciate you taking the time to watch this video. I know it was a little longer than usual, but this topic is important to all of us. We must work together to keep our schools, our students, our staff, and our community safe. Thank you.
I love Marian Elementary School. I love Marian. Lakeville is a unified champion school.
Ready? Count these.
1, 2, 3.
3. Good. Put it with 3.
We have that family culture here where we don't look at people any differently. And I think also focusing on values, just like the national banner, you focus on certain values. We focus on certain values here at Lake Murray. And so when you stop pointing out what makes us different, everyone kind of skips over that and starts to just have fun and be around each other and accept each other.
Mr. helped me walk, and Miss Miller helped me to speech, and the walking teacher helped me to show me how to walk, and the other one is Miss Beck, and Consuelo and Miss Rayner.
Regular ed students playing with or walking down the hall with students that don't look like them or that are in a different type of learning environment, it's very heartwarming. And that's when you see that all the work that you do that you feel like sometimes is not known or seen as much, you're like, you know what, this is why we do what we do. It's for these kids to be given an opportunity just like everyone else.
Being a national unified champion school means so much to me as a principal, because what it represents is the heart that our school has. It represents our culture, it represents our community, it represents our staff, students, and teachers. So having this award is probably one of the greatest awards we will ever achieve.
All you need is love, love.
It's just different here. I think back to Dr. Little saying all means all, and it really is a district of love and acceptance.
The one great thing about our school and winning this award is that it's about how we bring each other together. Our children are learning at a very young age that just because you might look different or learn different, that at the end of the day, we all have the same heart.
They make me happy when they help me. I love Lake Maury.
To be humble, to be kind, it is a giving of the peace in your mind. To a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day is done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other in what it is that you see. A world that's full of endless possibilities. Heroes don't look like they used to. They look like you do. Peace, we are one. We are how we treat each other with nothing more. We are how we treat each other with nothing more. We are how we treat each other.
Hello, Lexington District 1 families. I'm Superintendent Dr. Greg Little, and I want to talk to you about something that's really been weighing on my heart, the safety of our students and staff. Last week, yet another tragic school shooting occurred in Michigan. I know our Lexington 1 family joins me in keeping the families of Oxford in our thoughts and our prayers. When life-altering events like this occur, it is common for there to be an uptick in reports and rumors of threats to schools across the country. Unfortunately, Lexington District 1 is experiencing this now. We've had several instances of students threatening violence against schools in the last few days. And to add to that, we've dealt with some other instances of students bringing guns and knives to our schools before the Michigan shooting took place. I want to stress that weapons of any kind will not be tolerated at our schools. Threats of violence against our schools or threats against our students and staff will not be tolerated. The students involved in these situations not only face expulsion, but we will prosecute them to the furthest extent of the law. Actions and words have consequences, and in these cases, those consequences are very serious. The safety of our students and staff is always at the forefront. Understandably, some of you may feel a heightened sense of concern regarding school safety. Please know that we remain vigilant and continue to deploy a multitude of safety strategies as we work closely with law enforcement. We use a multi-layered approach to school safety. Our schools and offices have enhanced safety and security features like cameras or buzzer systems. We have personnel such as our school resource officers who serve at each campus. And we implement programs and resources to help students who are struggling. Now, we obviously don't want to share all of our security measures with the public because that could put our students and staff at risk. I can share that our schools practice safety drills so students and staff are better prepared to remain calm in an emergency. During the recent situation at White Knoll High School, the drills allowed our students and staff to know exactly what to do in a lockdown. I'm incredibly thankful for the White Knoll students and staff for how they handled that situation. Our most powerful security tool has been and always will be our students. We empower students to share if they hear about or witness any threat to our safety. If you see something or you hear something, you must say something. We thoroughly investigate every reported tip or rumor when it comes to safety. Though alarming, the incidents that have taken place in the last few days have all ended safely because the systems we have in place worked. Students bravely reported what they heard, and the staff knew exactly what to do to resolve the situations. If students are uncomfortable, though, coming to an administrator or a teacher, we also have a tip line where students or staff can anonymously text or call concerns. The tip line is listed on the back of all our students and staff IDs, as is the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. A large part of school safety involves prioritizing the mental and emotional well-being of our students and staff. A team of school counselors work in each school to support our students. We encourage students to talk to their counselors if they are struggling with an issue. Our mental wellness teams work to ensure that resources and support are appropriately directed for our students. Our schools also set aside advocacy time so that students can connect with each other and grow stronger relationships. We partner with Lexington County Community Health to serve students and families through school-based mental health counselors at each school too. I promise you that the district will continue to find ways to be proactive when it comes to school safety, but we need your help. Please secure the guns and weapons in your house to make sure your children cannot access them. Talk to your student about the dangers of weapons and model responsible gun behaviors. Talk about the seriousness of making threats towards the school or to other people and the importance of reporting what you see and hear. I would also encourage you, especially parents of little ones, to routinely check your students' pockets and backpack to make sure they aren't bringing prohibited items to school. I end today by saying that I appreciate you taking the time to watch this video. I know it was a little longer than usual, but this topic is important to all of us. We must work together to keep our schools, our students, our staff, and our community safe. Thank you.
I love playing Marian Elementary School. I love being a learner. Lake Murray is a unified champion school.
Ready? Count these.
1, 2, 3.
3. Good. Put it with 3.
We have that family culture here where we don't look at people any differently. And I think also focusing on values, just like the national banner, you focus on certain values. We focus on certain values here at Lake Murray. And so when you stop pointing out what makes us different, everyone kind of skips over that and starts to just have fun and be around each other and accept each other.
Mr. helped me write, and Miss Miller helped me to speak, and the walking teacher helped me to show me how to walk, and the other one is Miss Beck, and Consuelo and Miss Rayner.
Regular ed students playing with or walking down the hall with students that don't look like them or that are in a different type of learning environment, it's very heartwarming. And that's when you see that all the work that you do that you feel like sometimes is not known or seen as much, you're like, you know what, just like everyone else.
Being a national unified champion school means so much to me as a principal because what it represents is the heart that our school has. It represents our culture, it represents our community, it represents our staff, students, and teachers. So having this award is probably one of the greatest awards we will ever achieve.
All you need is love. Love.
It's just different here. I think back to Dr. Little saying all means all, and it really is a district of love and acceptance.
The one great thing about our school and winning this award is that it's about how we bring each other together. Our children are learning at a very young age that just because you might look different or learn different, that at the end of the day, we all have the same heart.
They make me happy when they help me. I love Lake Boy.
To be humble, to be kind, it is a giving of the peace in your mind. To a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day is done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what what it is that you see. A world that's full of endless possibilities. The heroes don't look like they used to. They look like you do. Other when the day's done, we are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other.
Do I hear a motion to exit executive session and enter general session?
Madam Chair, I move that we exit executive session and move to general session.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. I call to order the general session of the December 14th board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. At this time, I yield the floor to Mrs. Kathy Henson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ms. Henson. And as you can see that we're a little short-staffed this evening. Mr. Oswald is at home. He had a family situation to deal with. Mr. Anderson got here this evening and got sick and had to leave. And Dr. Powers was on his way here, and his tire came off of his car on I-20. And so you've got the best of the rest here tonight. So, in Mr. Anderson's absence, I'm going to ask Dr. Guyton, would you serve as secretary for this evening?
I will.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. All opposed? And the motion carries. Board members, you have received the minutes of the November 16th board meeting. Other than corrections that have been received and made, are there any other corrections?
Yes, I have just additions. I'd like the 4 reports at the end. The general fund financial report, general fund budget transfers, capital projects report, and unauthorized procurements report included in the minutes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Garris. Ms. Halliday, will you make a note of that? All right, any other additions or corrections? All right, hearing none, the minutes will be accepted with those additions. All right, moving on to action items from executive session. Do I hear a motion to approve 6 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approves 6 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Is there any discussion? All right, Ms. Price, would you like to make any comments about any of the HR stuff?
I would just like to say that we are working hard not only to continue staffing for second semester, but we're also already looking forward to next year and staffing for that. So if you have friends who are teachers, we're going to be recruiting. Our recruitment fair will be in January of this year. So we are always looking for support staff and certified.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right, there's just 4 of us. Y'all are going to have to be heartier in your eyes. So thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve 2 administrative recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 2 administrative recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. All opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion for the board to accept the newly hired support staff report as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I move that the board accept the newly hired support staff report as presented by administration.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Do I hear a motion that the board approve the contractual recommendation from the ad hoc committee for B policy revisions?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the contractual recommendation from the ad hoc committee for B policy revisions.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Is there any discussion? Dr. Guyton, would you like to elaborate on that? Just explain what that is.
Yes, so this is a recommendation to the board that we accept the contract with the South Carolina School Board Association to provide legal advice and services as we go through the B policy revisions that have specifically to do with essentially the business of the board, if you will. And by doing so, this ensures that we are in compliance with state statutes, any local or even federal guidelines that need to be reviewed and adopted.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. And again, I thank you and your committee for the work that y'all are doing. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. During executive session, we received an update on proposed property contractual arrangements for the purchase of land for a new River Bluff area elementary school. This was for informational purposes only, and no action is required at this time. All right, we have some special guests here this evening. I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Little to make the introductions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As you recall, last month, we teased the idea that we were going to announce tonight a unique partnership with the University of South Carolina, and that has come to fruition over the last month, and we are very excited about this particular group of gentlemen who are here with us today. I'm going to introduce Chad Hardaway, who's the Deputy Director. He's got a really long business card. The Office of Innovation, Partnerships, and Economic Engagement, and his boss here, Bill Kirkland, who's the Director of the Office of Innovation, Partnerships, and Economic Engagement. And so, Chad, if you would make your way back to the podium, we're going to walk through what has been really a great labor of love and what we think is a real game changer of K through 12 and higher education partnerships. And I'm going to have Chad introduce his team, they're all here in the front couple rows. You drew the short straw, so we're glad to have you up front. It's like church. So, Chad, if you'll take it away, sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Little. I'll recognize my team real quick. You see Chase Bustle. I copied his proper name, Dixon, so he's probably going to be mad at me later. Chase does all of our communications and public relations. Jay Henderson, to his right, is our business development associate. He helps put together a lot of our partnerships. Dr. Noble Anumbe, my good buddy, he's up in the front, PhD. He's one of our engineering faculty who helps put these demos together and work with the kids, and you'll hear more about what they do later. And then our newly robed Dr. Clint Sadie, he recently just got his PhD a couple days ago, so we're very proud of him. Very proud of Clint, and Clint's one of our program managers as well, and so I'm excited to have all the team here today because we really couldn't do what we're about to talk about without all these people that are in the room with me. So I will get going. This picture right here, we're the Office of Economic Engagement. We are also called Innovation and Partnerships. The main role of our office really is to partner with industry, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But what we're really talking about tonight is an exciting dual enrollment program that we're working on with Lexington One Technology Center and the University of South Carolina. And we like to call this connecting potential with opportunity. Our Office of Economic Engagement was formed about 8 years ago. And so our office, as it stands today, covers corporate outreach. We also manage the Innovista Research Campus. We work on technology commercialization. So for 8 years or 15 years, I've been meeting with USC faculty who invent stuff out of their research. We file the patents. And once we file the patents, we're looking for companies to partner with to get those patents to market. But also, as a result of us having very early stage technologies, a lot of those patents get licensed into startups, technology-based startups. So we also handle startup and incubation for the university. We manage the USC Columbia Technology Incubator, which is downtown. We also have another 20,000 square foot facility called Idea Labs, which has located multiple biotechnology or startups that need that kind of need like a laboratory environment. And we've had several of those spin out into the Lexington area as well as Richland County. And then lastly, we kind of target all these for what we call government and economic development. Our tagline, we connect businesses small and large with the resources of the state's flagship, and we champion development and commercialization of new technologies. And we, just like tonight, we're gonna be talking about partnerships to drive economic development and outcomes. And so this was our slide before COVID. What I would say has happened to us after COVID has been this other box called workforce development, education, and skilling. And so one of the things that we realized where we are situated and what we've been doing at the university is we had a unique opportunity to pair the industry partners that we have in our backyard. We're an industrial state. It's what we do. we have all these partners that we've been working with to engage our students and our resources to solve their industry problems. And so that's what we were doing before COVID. What we found after COVID is that this environment we created to solve these industry problems is also a very fertile breeding ground for training not only undergrads, but potentially our high school students, and exposing them to real world industry problems and getting a front row seat to working with companies like Nephron, working with companies like Siemens, Samsung, IBM. And so our our asset that's really the most meaningful in this meeting is what's called the Digital Transformation Lab. And in this lab, we have IBM as a partner. We have an Industrial Internet of Things lab where we have robotics, we have drones, and Samsung is also a partner there. We have Internet of Things and Product Innovation Lab. And what Internet of Things is that today, because of Wi-Fi, because of broadband, we now can have devices or on a manufacturing floor, we can have devices all over the place, and they can be connected, and they can be communicating, and we can be getting data, and we can learn from them, and we can monitor how they do jobs like welding or painting or things like that. We also have an artificial intelligence lab. So we hired, through Bill's leadership, we went and hired one of the top AI professors and researchers in the country and brought him to USC. So we're also using artificial intelligence. And then lastly, we have Yaskawa, who's a partner. And what Yaskawa is they basically make, if you ever go to any of these plants that have manufacturing, these huge one-armed robots that do all kinds of stuff, that's what Yaskawa does. And so one of our very exciting projects is and this happened over COVID, is we had a robot from Yaskawa that they gave us. Bill called Lou Kennedy up, Bill Kirkland, not Bill Kennedy. Bill Kirkland called Lou Kennedy up and said, "Hey Lou, there's a robot here. Maybe you could use this over at Nephron." And so we actually had, over about 5 or 6 semesters and about 30 students, we had these students working on a robot that basically replaced humans in a sterile compounding operation. And so that robot went from a small demo on a table to a full-size demo, and then lastly, it takes up an entire room, and that device is now over at Nephron getting FDA approval. And that was done with USC engineering undergraduate students. And so the way our process works, and this is what Noble and Dr. Noble and Dr. Clint have built, is we have this development area, the workshop development area, if you see right here on the left. That's where we put together the demonstration. So right here we have a Volvo bumper. You can see here there's a robot with an iPhone on it, and it's scanning that scanning that bumper for visual defects, and that helps Volvo make sure that the people don't miss items on the bumper, and that helps keep production going. The Digital Transformation Lab in the middle you see is actually we built it like a trade show style, where once we harden these demos and get them working, we put them in this lab, and this is where companies can come in and showcase, and our students can work on them. And then lastly, this is really what the Nephron project did for us, is we built this future factory lab. And so what this is that these robots on the future factory lab right here, these are Yaskawa robots. We've programmed them to do all kinds of tasks. This was part of the Nephron demo, but if you can see on the top right, and I know it's an eye test for you guys, but on the top right, the really exciting part is that through the Siemens partnership that we have, we can do something called digital twinning. And what that means is we can take robots, like the physical robots you see on the table, we can build through the Siemens software a digital twin of those robots, which means anybody anywhere can manipulate or do basically like a dry run or a simulation of those robots and say, "Hey, I want these robots to do this. Let's simulate first, and then let's see how the real world effect tees up." This will be valuable in the partnership with Lexington One, because what we are envisioning is and this is a vision, it's a joint vision, okay? We built this together. This is what we've done with Superintendent Little's leadership and his excitement. And we really wouldn't be here if it really wasn't for him encouraging us to dream big and think out of the box here. And so, I really put down, this is the Lexington One vision, which says, how do we create an immersive student learning experience and University of South Carolina our students engage in discovery, design, and development. And so this is something that we've been doing for a while, but I'm going to tell you, like, we're hot off the press. December 9th, we actually had an article that was posted by Siemens. This is on their website, and this is a Siemens article that came out talking about preparing students for the factory of the future with Siemens solutions. This is in, and if you see it, it's Columbia, South Carolina. And so, you know, Siemens has us featured and the work we're doing on their website. And I show you guys this just to say, like, hey, this is not something that we dreamed up with duct tape and you know, and a box full of screws. Like, this is something where we have ingrained industry partners. They're excited about what we're doing. They're highlighting it and they're supporting us. And so Siemens is a huge partner. The reason why the digital twin is so important from Siemens is that the digital twin gives us the ability to create a virtual environment that can be anywhere. It could be at Lexington One Technology Center. It could be at River Bluff High School. It could be at Pillion, with kids interfacing through the digital twin, and while we have the real robot in Columbia. So that's the other benefit of this design and what we do. And so what we're talking about with Lexington One is we're working on creating a new course, which will basically intro to engineering classes. It'll fit in very nicely with what Lexington, with the track that they're doing at the Lexington Technology Center. So it's not creating a new class or anything novel. We have an existing course code. This is all defined. So the goal is that we would create this new course, and the goal is that we would have these kids come in. We could do it remotely and do intro to engineering for Lexington One Technology Center students, and then part of that experience will be working with undergrads and Dr. Clint and Dr. Noble with their guidance and leadership, working with industry partners like Nephron and letting those high school students be part of that solution-making process. And so we think this is meaningful for several reasons. Number one, it's meaningful because we're giving Lexington One students the ability to work on actual real problems. This is not busy work. These are not this up stuff. This is not like, well, what if? These are real companies with real problems. And these Lexington One kids are going to get a crack at being on a team and seeing what that looks like and learning how to do some cool stuff. The really fascinating thing is with IBM, we have a partnership where they do visual inspection. We could actually train a high school student, and we know this because Clint and Noble do it all the time. We could train that group of high school students how to build visual inspection models for IBM today, probably in about 4 hours, right, Noble? He's nodding his head. So the point is that these kids are going to come out with real skills. They're going to know how to manipulate robots. These are things that any industrial partner in our state, you go talk to them, these are coveted skill sets. These are skill sets that are relevant. These are skill sets that they're looking for. And so our goal is that we get down to the high school level, we get these kids a taste of it, we get to keep them in state, we get to deepen that partnership, and we get to keep delivering wonderful students and talent to the industries around us. And so if you look at it, you know, it's going to be built by the PhD guys. So, you know, we'll be working on engineering design. It'll be solution oriented with specifications to the industry partners, what they need. Also, these kids are going to learn how to communicate efficiently with an array of audiences. You know, my goal would be that we get to take listening kids to show with us to highlight one of the demos that turned out to be something that an industry partner used, and then that's going to also match up with what we're doing on a bigger scale at USC, where we're actually growing this not only with we're also growing this inside the university. So, you know, we're going to be working on creating that portal for how do we get more USC students matched up with these industry capstones, and, you know, with the goal of that leading to internships and ultimately job placement. One thing I will say is that the goal we also have with this is multidisciplinary teams. So the goal I have is that Siemens could come in with a problem, and I have a student, I have a math student, I have a student, I have a music student, law student, business student, and the goal is that we create this truly immersive and diverse environment where people with various skill sets can look at problems differently and create unique solutions. And we do that through there. Why are we excited about this, and what is really the catalyst that to see that we had something special? It's people like Josh. Josh was one of the guys that worked on one of the Siemens projects. We were like, hey, this is great. Josh is going to work on a Siemens project. He'll get some cool experience. Well, guess what? When he got out, Siemens hired him. And then not only that, Siemens actually gave him back to us to come back and do it again. So these industry partners are not only excited to get talent, they're excited to get into this. They want to get into this cycle that we're doing. And this is the reason, one of the reasons we're doing it is the industry partners are basically affirming what we're doing, and they're investing in it. And that's what led to the article that we saw earlier. Another one was Rachel Rudd. Rachel came through in 2017. She was working with GKN Aerospace, and she was picked up by those guys. And once again, it was a perfect example of where she had an applied project. They saw her talent, they saw her produce on the undergrad level, and now she's working with them. And then lastly, Lam Nguyen, he was one of our undergrads that worked on the Nephron project. So now what is he doing? He built the project at USC. When the project went over from USC to Nephron, he went over to go get FDA approval on it. So Lam and those guys continue to come back and say, how can we do something else again? And so this is how this partnership is working for us, and the goal that we have with Lexington One is to get Lexington One involved in this activity, and we see fantastic things coming out of this. The unfortunate thing is we may have some kids that get hired straight away and just decide not to go to college, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes. But the goal here, as you can see, once again, we were very heavy in innovation, entrepreneurship, startups, delivering industry solutions. What's really come as a result of that, and I would argue from us being so pragmatic and focused, is that what's really led out of this is this awesome opportunity for student experience, as Dr. Little says, an immersive experience for these kids, and really helping these kids gain skills and skill sets, all the way from soft skills to technical skills. We're seeing these kids just go out and flourish. This is just a slide that shows our affiliated centers, just to give you kind of an idea of the depth and breadth of our office and what we do. Our office reports straight to the president of the university and the CFO. We're not an academic unit, we fly kind of above those. And the nice thing about that is that gives us reach across the whole university. So you can see we're doing everything. We're in centers all the way from aerospace to pharmacy to healthcare, predictive maintenance, and all of the above. So just giving you an idea of the breadth of what we're doing. One point I also want to make too is that this whole environment we built is technology agnostic. It's really about how do we develop solutions. So one day we could be doing a biomedical, one day we could be doing aerospace, one day we could be doing manufacturing. As long as those principles are there of teamwork and delivering solutions for industry partners, we can really go anywhere. So we typically get kind of pigeonholed in, well, this is just cyber or engineering or industry, but this could really go anywhere. And this is just copies of our, copies of our strategic priority, just to show you that this is an alignment. What we're doing at Lexington One is not this is not a side hustle or a distraction. This is part of what our strategic plan is driving us to do, which is how do we increase university partnerships with entrepreneurs, private industry? How do we bring private sector uses into campus environments? How do we develop capstones that will lead to internships and job placement? And then how do we make new applied programs to produce economic outcomes and business impacts, whether that's workforce development or skills transfer? In this day and age, post-COVID, the name of the game is skills transfer, education, upskilling, and reskilling. And that applies to the technical college student, the four-year degree student, as well as to your very own high school students. And so we think we've got something special, and thanks to Dr. Little's leadership, we're going to get a chance to share that with Lexington One, and we're excited about what the future holds. And once again, experiential learning opportunities, and you can see all the various areas we're in. I think the other thing too is that we really feel like if we do this right, this actually gives Lexington One and other school districts a voice into economic development. You know, I told Dr. Little, a lot of times we talk about school systems, it's like, well, you know, I want my real estate values to stay high, and so we should have good high schools. But we know that high schools create jobs, and we know that high schools create workers. But with what we're doing and kind of connecting the dots and creating direct effects, we think we can even highlight even more how what an asset Lexington One is to, and how they're creating the students of the future. So, and just so you know, our metrics are economic development metrics. So, you know, over 5 years for our little office, we had about a $7 million budget. Over that 5-year period, we've had about a $713 million direct impact and a $791 million indirect economic impact. A big part of that was Siemens. It was $628 million, but if you take that away, we're still $85 million and $163. So the one thing too is we believe we can pull Lexington One into this and show how Lexington One is contributing on the economic scale in a real and meaningful way. And then these last 2 slides are just slides of our partners. The majority of these are South Carolina companies. So we span all the way from the upstate with BMW to the lower state with Boeing. We have Volvo and other companies that are in the mix. Recently, what we're very excited about is we've added partners such as Seagate, Fortinet, Rove, REI Automation. That's really opened up the cyber kind of universe to us, as well as a partnership with Amazon. We have a partnership with Amazon on the AWS side, where we're using their web services and things like that to give us real-time data and help create responsive manufacturing environments. So I will stop there, and Dr. Little and Madam Chair can tell me if I need to do anything else.
Well, you can tell he's a higher ed guy who's not going to be here when we finish this meeting. It's a thorough presentation, but it's one I think is absolutely necessary, Chad. Thank you for sharing that. Can we give him a round of applause, please, and his team? And what I'd also say is I'd like to thank Mary Gaskins. Mary, if you kind of wave, our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Luke Clamp, Bryce Myers, Brandon Baskett, who's not here tonight. Am I missing anybody else? And Sherry Williams, our Workforce Development Coordinator, have been essential in making this a reality. And I'm absolutely, you can tell how excited Chad is. It's easy to work with partners who are that excited about the work. And so we've jumped in with both feet. We believe this to be the beginning. This is not a finished product. This is the beginning of it. I get excited about having a middle schooler and what this will be over the next few years. My middle schooler loves math, so this will be pretty exciting for her, I think, in a few years. And I just think about we're going to grow and evolve and turn this into something really absolutely brilliant, and it's already pretty cool. So thank you, Chad. If we can get your team up here, we'd like to take a picture, and then we'll be we're going to be hard at work at this over the next few months. We've got to recruit. We got to get kids interested and get kids involved because we want to launch the course next year. We don't want to delay, and we're going to try to get some kids engaged this summer. So there's a lot of things that we got to get done over the next couple of months. So it's going to be a tight timeline, but I think we're going to be able to do it. Yeah, are there any questions? I should ask, are there any questions from the board?
What you said just kind of made me think about, I wrote down a few things I was just going to ask you. But this is very exciting, and I can just imagine a bunch of our students being interested. Is there like a cap? Do you guys have how many students you can accommodate with this?
So, I mean, we're big believers in kind of hitting a single first, then a double, then a triple.
Okay.
We want that first class to be 10 to 15 kids, and then I think we're going to scale it. So you know what I think what'll happen is if this is a success, both USC and Lexington One will both earn the right to grow. So that may be. I told Greg, I said just like he got me to come here and present to the board, I might be taking him to my Lexington County Council meeting and telling the County Council folks that they need to help fund more of this program so we can get more kids in it or whatever. But the good news for us is even with this small team, And Bill would tell you, with this small team, we've done amazing stuff. And the nice thing with 2 PhDs is I've got plenty of people who are going to be certified to kind of shepherd these kids and guide them through the process. And so that just those 2 guys, Dr. Noble and Dr. Sadie, those guys are giving me probably capacity right out the gate of probably 40 kids. But, we're looking to start small and do it well and not, and make sure we do a thorough job and learn and evolve. But yeah, we could grow this. And I think that this is something we could absolutely come back and get funding for, whether that's from Lexington County or whoever. So, and the other part too is we are working with our own College of Education, Barnett Berry, Dr. Barnett Berry, and Vic Young. And so we're also looking at federal grant money that we can go after to also support and build this up.
All right, thank you very much. Let's get a picture real quick down front.
And I'm just going to add a personal comment. I've known Chad since way before he did this, and I'm very proud of him. He's done a good job. I haven't seen him in years, and I've seen him twice today. Saw him this morning. Big things happening in Lexington One. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us tonight. You don't want to stay? What? Okay. Check back in with us in about 3 hours. We might still be here, so. All right. Citizens participation. Lexington County School District 1's Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens participation period during board meetings. In order to speak, you must be the parent or legal guardian of a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school, a taxpayer residing in the Lexington District 1 attendance area, an employee of the district, or a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs, or other matters. You may not speak about specific individuals, whether students or staff. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. We want to give everyone who came tonight an opportunity to speak, and in order to do that, I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern at the back of the room. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts you would like the board to review, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out to indicate you wanted to speak. That card asks for your name, address, and other information. However, I will read only your name, the town you reside in, and the name of the schools your children attend when it is your turn to speak. If you are unable to attend the evening meetings or are uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail, and our contact information is available on the Lexington One website. We welcome all messages. All right. First this evening, we have Miss Catherine Carter Jeffcoat. She lives in Lexington and has students at Gilbert Elementary School.
Remember your first action as a board member, taking your oath of office. You raised your right hand and placed your other hand on the Bible and said, "I do solemnly swear that I am duly qualified according to the Constitution of this state to exercise the duties of the office to which I have been elected, and that I will, to the best of my ability, discharge the duties thereof to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of this state and of the United States, so help me God." Two things afforded to Americans through the United States Constitution that you swore to defend are the freedom of speech and the right to petition our government. Since I have been attending board meetings, I have witnessed this board violate citizens' right to speak freely by cutting their mics and telling them to sit down before their comment time is over. Not only do most of you sit silent, one of you even spoke over the chairwoman and instructed district staff to turn off the mic. Case law regarding freedom of speech violations during public comment, especially during school board meetings, is not hard to find. Federal courts have consistently upheld the rights of citizens to speak freely during public forums, so much so that courts have ruled against school boards, requiring them to pay anywhere from $12,000 to $900,000 per case. There have been several cases where federal courts have ruled a school district's policy unconstitutional when it forbids a citizen from airing grievances about the superintendent and the district executives. I'll send these cases to you all. Allowing citizens to speak when their beliefs align with yours, but silencing them when you disagree is reprehensible, fiscally irresponsible, and opens our district up to lawsuits. More importantly, it destroys public trust. When something as egregious as violating a citizen's freedom of speech is occurring in our public meetings, especially when those violations are because this board is uncomfortable with the content of that speech, it only begs the question, what other laws are being ignored by this district while the board sits silent? Financial transparency is lacking when documents such as contracts, proposals, and board reports are not available for public review, and board members must take their requests for documents to the Attorney General for an opinion. Board packets are not available to the public, therefore the public has no idea what is actually being voted on during meetings when it comes to policy revisions, board resolutions, or official letters sent to other agencies from this board. District policies are vague and inconsistent, and oftentimes emails and phone calls to the board are not returned. State and federal laws are not followed even when the district is made aware of the non-compliance. The chain of command stops at the superintendent because most parents are not even aware that there is a higher entity that answers directly to them. 7 elected officials to whom they can ask questions, share concerns, and petition the decisions of the superintendent. Several citizens have come to speak during public participation about the many issues our district has been facing over the last weeks, months, and even years, issues that affect the most precious things in our life, our children. The only option we have to bring awareness to certain issues and guarantee that we have been heard by this board is to come here and speak freely for 3 minutes. Please remember the oath you took and your obligation to the people that elected you. Will you continue to sit idly by while your colleagues violate constitutional law and break their oath of office? If not, will you speak up and hold them accountable? Thank you for your time. I look forward to your responses to my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffcoat. Next, we have Ms. Dana Holmesley. She lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Lexington Elementaries.
Good evening. On November 22nd, I emailed the board as a follow-up on what happened to me during the November 16th school board meeting, only receiving a response from one board member. I'll be reading that email to you all tonight. These are quotes. Our minutes and our meetings are board's business. Please turn off her microphone. Ms. Holmesley, please sit down. Please have a seat, Ms. Rogers. You may not speak about specific individuals. We have chosen to prevent what you are trying to read in the email. All by the chairwoman. Board Chair Green and members of the board, 2 truths were brought to light during the last meeting. 1, the board doesn't allow citizens the right to free speech. And 2, Ms. Garris's email was not inadvertently omitted as stated in your request to the Attorney General, but purposely prevented from being included in the minutes by the board. How would this factor into the opinion of the Attorney General? During citizens' participation at the Tuesday, November 16, 2021 board meeting, I attempted to read an email that I obtained through the Freedom of Information Act. When I mentioned the superintendent, the board chair refused to let me finish speaking. When I asked why I couldn't read an email from a board member discussing why she's not given certain documents in regards to a bond referendum that we all voted on, the board's chair's response was, Ms. Holmesley, there's a lot more background on that situation and we are in the process of resolving it. Does the average Joe know that there is a lot more background to that email? No, we don't. But here is what we do know. The information in the email has everything to do with the district not giving access to financial information to an elected official to do their job. It has everything to do with the board not doing their job. It has everything to do with the current bond referendum. It does not have anything to do with employment. A conversation can't be had about the bond referendum without mentioning the CFO or COO. The Constitution allows public bodies the right to limit the time, place, and manner of a citizen's speech. When you kill a citizen's microphone and tell them that they can't email or call, or they can email or call the board because you don't like what they have to say, you fail to consider how the location of that speech is as protected as the content. Every time a citizen is at the podium discussing a matter within the board's authority and you shut them down, you have denied the citizen's right to free speech by not allowing them to reach their intended audience, viewers of the live stream and the audience in the room. Madam Chair, you are out of order. The chair's position is impartial, hence the reason the chair should vote last and only then when it affects the outcome. Your job is to facilitate meetings when remaining neutral. This responsibility of the board chair to exercise neutrality and impartiality seems to be lost on you. Shame on you for using your position as board chair to bully others, both citizens and board members. Moreover, you are way out of your lane when it comes to how you interact with district staff. Meeting and emailing staff prior to meetings so that you have a well-thought-out plan to rally against another board member per the emails received through FOIA is not only wrong but hypocritical. This email has wasted so much of your time and could have been included in the minutes months ago, and no one would have noticed. Has any board member responded to that email? Has anyone addressed Ms. Garris's concerns? Or are you all too busy misconstruing the intent of the email so that it won't be published in the minutes?
Thank you, Ms.
That will be
Helmsley.
part of the record in perpetuity.
Next, we have Ms. Catherine Reynolds. She lives in Lexington, and I believe she is homeschooling her students.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so where all you now is the result of a personal vendetta against a fellow board member, which has manifested itself in excessive legal fees, First Amendment violations, and a disdain for the citizens that dare to speak the truth. This board is out of control. You are thumbing your noses at the citizens who elected you. Instead of upholding the Constitution, you're fighting it. Based on what I've witnessed during the board meetings, the board chair's repeated censures of public comments, followed by one of the board members and board chairs' directive to cut the mic, while other board members sit silently, one can only surmise that each individual board member supports the decision to violate citizens' First Amendment rights. To recap, you interrupted Ms. Helmsley in this statement. I'm not sure why Dr. Little thought it would be a good idea to merge the roles of COO. Found the National School Board Association has this stated: refusing to allow the citizens to complain publicly at the school board meeting is about the superintendent inferred with a citizen's First Amendment right to act to speak about a matter over which the school board has jurisdiction. 6 seconds into Ms. Rogers' statement, you interrupted her. I appreciate that Mr. Salters has overseen and been part of managing $100 million worth.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes, ma'am.
please refrain from speaking about individuals. Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue on then. School boards must, this is also from the National School Board Association. You can get it on the website. School boards must be extremely cautious about restricting what citizens say during the period set time for public comments at a school board meetings. Generally, if a school board is going to allow the public comment, it must allow the public to speak about any matter within the school board's authority. There was also interruptions of other people that have come in the past, months in the past, when emails were sent questioning your decision. You were told him that if you felt like his characterization of certain members was crossing the line, that he should share his comments with the board via email or phone, which, by the way, does not work. Refusing to allow citizens to complain publicly at the school board meeting about the superintendent infers with the citizens' First Amendment right to speak about a matter which the school board has jurisdiction. I know you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next, we have Ms. Lauren Pellington. She lives in Lexington. She has students that attend Pleasant Hill Elementary School, and she is a special ed teacher in our district.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm going to be reading off of this because it took me a while to just kind of collect my thoughts over the past couple of weeks. As it was noted, I am a teacher at White Knoll High School. I want to start by saying I have a great level of respect for the board and our superintendent in this district, and all the staff here at the DO that assist daily. With that, I'm here not to list everything that has happened over the past couple of weeks within our district, but I'm here to implore you of something more to happen now. Usually I'm the first one to stand up here and talk to y'all in regards to things that have happened with the teachers and how teachers are feeling. When I found I was cut off by somebody who did not want to say their name online or in the media, that made me concerned even more so, and it spoke volumes. When it comes to safety, we shouldn't have to worry about our jobs being in jeopardy about speaking out about how we feel, which is why I'm here today. I was just asked actually in the hall about how the feeling actually is now, 2 weeks out after what had happened at White Knoll. My response started with a grimace, and then it ended with a not so great. We all appreciate each other at the school, and the administration has shown great support, both on a personal level, on a teacher level, but as well for the students. I lost my spot. Sorry. I personally have reached out to district as well as my admin, because I am in a special needs classroom, and it is hard in those instances to really make sure that everyone is safe. I ask you today as a board not to be complacent about how things are. The last few weeks here in the district have shown urgency. What spoke more than anything was the response the students had within the district after anything hit the news and after the mass shooting in Michigan. Why are we concerned about the pocket knives coming into board meetings? The first time I was here, 5 were taken before I even walked away. Why do we have to ask for these things to be safe, even just randomly? I come from a school district in Pennsylvania where I taught for 5 years before moving down here, similar size and demographic as White Knoll. And they have a comm center specifically for all videos to be watched live. They have an SRO and 5 trained security guards to cover the halls. While we have 2 student monitors, and I cherish their assistance daily because there's other things that go on and they're all over the place, and I kind of, commend them for their 8,100 steps that they take. Our SROs are also amazing. There seems that there can be more done. As a teacher, as a parent, and more importantly, as a faculty voice, please review these safety policies and allow the community to assist.
Thank you, Ms. Pellington. Thank you. Next, we have Christine Nicole, is it Borner? Borner? I apologize for that. Borner. Ms. Borner lives in West Columbia and has students that attend White Knoll High School and White Knoll Elementary.
Thank you. I'm not going to have nearly enough time to discuss everything that I want to talk about, because 3 minutes given to discuss the safety of my children is moot in the real world. I'll start off with, quote, WKHS is on lockdown while law enforcement searches for a student. We will update you often. We will not release students until lockdown is lifted, unquote. By the way, we did not receive any updates by the district or the school. But my main concern with this informational text message that we all received as parents is the lack of actual information. Insight to a mother's mind. When I received this text message and opened it, oh my God, what caused the lockdown? Is everyone safe? Has someone been hurt? Is it a threat or is it actual? Is it a mental break or are there weapons involved? Oh my God. What weapons are involved? Is it a close or is it a close contact weapon that could cause damage, or is it something that needs to be used or that could be used long distance? Is it a gun, a knife, a bat, a taser, or is it a bow? What am I doing? You all left parents in the dark. You left parents to come up with their own scenarios, and that in itself is dangerous. I don't care how you all think adults should act or react in these situations, but humans and all animals come down to something that no law enforcement, school personnel, or psychological professionals can change or remove from our DNA, and that is the response factor to fear. We are either A, flight, B, fright, C, freeze. In my case, I wanted to fight. I wanted my child. I was beaten on the high school doors, demanding answers that no one was going to give me. How hard would it have been for a single staff member of the White Knoll High School to come out of that school, to calm parents, to mediate the situation, to let us know that children were safe, not my child, that our kids were safe. However, in this scenario, fear translated into me, and had a single adult in charge taking the time, all of 30 seconds to calm the situation, it would have been way different, and I wouldn't have feel the need to be here today. in all of this situation, when my son come home, that wasn't, by the way, brought to me. Like I sat at the high school for almost 2 hours and watched every child be handed to their parent, except mine. Mine was put on the bus, and in the situation of in the midst of all this, I was told by one of your staff members that works for Lexington High Schools, that I don't know where your son's at. I don't know. Why don't I text him? All this communication stuff with phones, I think is silly, but I don't know is what I was told. Plain lack of communication with the schools, lack of information, lack of care, lack of know-how.
Thank you, Ms. Borner. Next, we have Aaron Grenade. Mr. Grenade lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Red Bank Elementary.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. My name is Aaron Grenade. I'm a dad of a 10-year-old in this district. I attended Lexington Elementary School, Lexington Intermediate School, Lexington Middle School, White Knoll Middle School, White Knoll High School, and Lexington High School. Not because I was transferred around because I was bad, but because we did move and I did some specialty classes like music theory, AP theory between two different high schools. I'm also running for school board. I'm going to talk about 3 topics this evening. Number 1, transparency for about a minute. Number 2, questionable quarantine restrictions for private after-hours childcare on our school campuses for about 30 seconds, and then safety and security for about 1 minute. After many conversations with parents and taxpayers, some of which are in this room, AKA your voters, one thing has become very clear. This current board is no longer trusted in making wise financial, safety, or moral decisions for the students in this district. At this point, I feel safe to say that the district's money would be much better spent litigating a defense over sharing too much information rather than wasting our money consulting the Attorney General to find ways to hide information that's already in the public record. This money would also be happier spent fighting legal battles against moronic regulations from a Department of Health and Environmental Control who thinks they get to play God with my child's health. They are living up to that word, control, and you are letting them. I didn't vote for them. I didn't ask them for help raising or keeping my child safe, and you have gone right along with their overreach. One example of this overreach was an incident that occurred with my son. He may or may not have come in direct contact, no one can say for sure, with an AlphaBest after-school employee who tested positive for COVID the very first week of school, and my son was quarantined. This is a private third-party organization who had nothing to do with my son's public school attendance, apart from them renting the facility. If a church was meeting in the school, you certainly would think it was overreach to look into that church's attendance and say, oh, you were around this person, you're quarantined from public school. This is a very dangerous, slippery slope that has been allowed to happen, and you're leading this district toward the edge very, very fast. Also, mask mandates of any kind are now illegal in public schools. You cannot say, my child is quarantined, but he can come back early as long as he wears a mask. That's called against the law. And if you're acting like you're doing us a favor. The last 30 seconds I want to spend on school safety. I've spoken with numerous parents, taxpayers, and legislators. We are in a state of emergency. We do need to act now. We are not immune. Remember, Dylan Roof went to our high schools. We need to act now. We need metal detectors, but it's not enough. We need more SROs, but that's not enough. We need more bag checks, but that's not enough. We need parents to step up and check their kids' belongings, but that's not enough. We need to allow our teachers to conceal carry with training in the classrooms. Call your legislators, please. We need to get this done. My son's life is worth it, and his teachers' lives are worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grenade. Next, we have Ms. Rebecca Godfrey. She lives in Lexington, has students that attend Meadow Glen and Midway. Is that right?
Close.
Go ahead, take it away.
I'm asking again, will you cut ties with DHEC? Now that year 2 of this is almost over, it's time for us to distance ourselves from their overreach. Do you realize that you have allowed DHEC to create a society of privilege in our schools, and you, the board, have done nothing to stop it? Students need to have the jab in order to fully participate in school society. Jabbed equals no quarantined, equals no missed school, equals better education. Jabbed equals no missed games, equals more practice time, more scholarship opportunities. Can you see how discriminatory this is? All for a jab that's been a complete failure. It does not stop transmission or infection. In fact, the countries with the highest vaccine rate have the highest COVID rates. All this shot has ever shown is who will comply when put under enough pressure. It has not even come close to stopping COVID like it promised. It has harmed 1 million people, yet you are acting like it's still a solution. I talk to a lot of parents. Do you know what they say? We decided to get Johnny vaccinated so he wouldn't have to miss a football game or quarantine anymore. We couldn't miss any more work, so we just decided to have him get it. It's not because they had any fear about the virus. It was to participate in school society, to not get excluded. Their child was at 0% risk from dying from COVID, and now they face a 200% increased risk for developing heart problems and a host of other issues because you allowed this discriminatory system to infiltrate our schools. You should have had no reward or penalty for the jab. Instead, you let a government agency which has been paid millions of dollars by the federal government, who wants a jab in every arm every 6 months, to decide what happens in our schools. When jabbed kids start having major issues from the vax, you will bear much of the blame because you laid down and let DHEC take over. Now Lexington One is partnering even closer with DHEC to offer testing sites for free. We all know free comes with strings attached. How much data are they mining from all of us? Where are they sending the swabs with our kids' DNA on it? What country are the tests coming from? I think these questions need to be answered because now we are indebted to them. And now, being double jabbed isn't even good enough. Pfizer is making $1,000 per second off of these shots. No wonder they want a booster. Will you require a booster soon for a kid to be considered fully vaxxed? Can you see where this is headed? It is never going to end until you stand up to DHEC. Lexington One Board, you have allowed yourselves to be ensnared and have become accomplices to this discrimination through your silence. Do something. Because you have not stood up against this, you have put thousands of kids at risk, kids who only got the shot so they could fully participate in school society. End your partnership with DHEC. Stop rewarding kids who have gotten the vax. End contact tracing and stop quarantining healthy kids because of their personal choices.
Thank you, Ms. Godfrey. Next, we have Ms. Katie McCown. She lives in Lexington and has students at Midway, Meadow Glen Middle, and River Bluff.
Members of the board, I would like to address some of you, since you're not all here, on a few topics tonight. Dr. Little, for the first time, I actually appreciated your Wednesday meeting. I absolutely agree that our kids have been put at risk in many of our schools. And as a parent with 3 children in 3 different schools, I can tell you that I send each of them off each day somewhat terrified of what phone call I'm going to receive. My son even shared with me, actually, night before last, as he was doing the dishes, that he had a nightmare, got him up in the middle of the night, that there was a shooter in River Bluff and that his girlfriend was shot and killed. That just broke my heart. Where I want to align here is that while I appreciate you speaking about safety, I think with 100% certainty, I believe these random acts of violence have a direct correlation with your ridiculous quarantine policies. I believe an idle mind is the devil's playground, and that is where you put these kids when you send them home healthy, with nothing to do, with no help from teachers to be on their devices while their parents are at work. And this must stop. And if you want to pass the blame yet again to DHEC, like Rebecca said, we should never have let them in our schools to dictate their every whim, change their mind daily like they like to do. As a group, I would like to say to Dr. Powers, Dr. Guyton, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Oswald, or Mr. Oswald, Mr. Anderson, I would encourage you to not run for re-election. I honestly don't know what you contribute. You never contact us. When we contact you, you don't email us back. You don't reach out to us. You don't, communicate with us at all. And I just think that's wrong. To Jada, all I have to say is I wish we had more of you up here. You really work for the people. The parents of this district respect you very highly. I know personally when my son went missing last month because he was dropped off in the wrong neighborhood off the bus and wandered the streets knocking on doors for 30 minutes. You took my frantic call and you were there for me and you helped me, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Kathy, thank you for working hard as well. I know you're fighting for a lot behind the scenes, and I truly feel you are an honest person of integrity, and I appreciate you. I would just like to say we have a lot of work to do between Anne Marie's emails and finding out where all the money goes, putting COVID behind us, and clearly the boosters are coming. The vaccine doesn't work. We need to stop talking about all of that. So let's move forward.
Thank you, Ms. McCown. All right, thank you again to everyone who came to speak to us tonight. I'm sorry, ma'am. The sign-ups ended at 7 o'clock. All right, it's on the sign outside. And it was also in the announcement for our meeting. We're moving on to item 10.0, which is action items. Do I hear a motion to approve 5 athletic travel requests?
I move that the board approve the recommendation of 5 field trip requests. The field trip requests are reviewed and are in compliance with board policy.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Is there any discussion? Ms. Gaskins, Mr. Caldwell, you want to talk through this one?
Yes, there are athletic requests, so those filter through our office. It is tournament times for basketball over winter break, and it's actually also time to start planning and preparing and reserving baseball and softball tournaments in the spring. So what I'm bringing forth tonight are 3 requests from Pilgrim High School. One is a basketball tournament to be held in Pawleys Island, a baseball tournament to be held in Pawleys Island March 3rd through 6th. That is the only one of the 5 that actually will create a loss of instructional time, but those students will be getting their assignments ahead of time and expected to complete those. Pilgrim High School is also asking for their baseball team and softball team to travel to Disney World. Has a huge baseball and softball tournament during spring break. It actually lasts for 2 or 3 weeks. I think ESPN backs that. And they've actually been raising money for 2 years. We were unable to go last year because of COVID. There's a White Knoll High School basketball tournament in December, as soon as we get out for winter break. And then there's a wrestling tournament in Birmingham, Alabama that White Knoll High School is requesting the week after Christmas. And all of those are, of course, those last 4, they will miss no instructional time. And we have reviewed those and found those to be in compliance with board policy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Is there any discussion, board? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 6 student travel requests?
I move that the board approve the recommendation of 6 field trip requests. The field trip requests were reviewed and are in compliance with board policy.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. I believe this is yours, Ms. Gaskins.
It is, yes. So we have 1 DECA trip tonight, 4 choral trips, and then a Royal Caribbean cruise that I have some more information on in case you'd like it. But all of these trips have been reviewed because they happen in February and March, and we do not know what the spread rate will be here or at the destination. So these are in compliance with those trips that we are approving, which are for leadership opportunities or for competitions. And so that's why we're bringing them forward for your approval this evening. The cruise is for our occupational credential program students at White Knoll High School. They will have an opportunity, they are required as part of that program to work for 360 employability kind of work hours to get that high school credential, and that's been very difficult to do because of COVID. So as you know, a cruise ship is a small city. Royal Caribbean has an inclusion initiative, and we've had 2 other groups go, and we've had a lot of success with this. And our students would be paired with someone who works on the ship who has a similar disability and would be exposed to a number of different work opportunities, and also develop some soft skills along the way and earn those employability hours while doing so. So we're excited to bring these trips forward for your approval.
That sounds pretty amazing for those students.
Yes.
So, board, do you have any questions for Ms. Gaskins? It's nice to see some of these student trips start to come back onto the calendar. So
I agree.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the second reading of policy IKADD, IKADDR, and IKADDE, content and credit recovery?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the second reading of policy IKADD, Administrative Rule IKADD-R, and application IKADD-E, content and credit recovery revisions as presented by administration.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. All right, Ms. Gaskins, going back to you for some explanation on this.
Sure, and I explained in the introduction and first reading that these changes mainly are the addition of content recovery and also grading related to how credit recovery impacts a student's GPA. And so I've not received any additional feedback since first reading, and so I request your approval tonight for the recommended revisions.
All right, thank you. Board, do you have any questions for Ms. Gaskins? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right. We are now moving to the superintendent's report, and you have 5 minutes. No, I'm just kidding.
Right, we're going to do this a little backwards. I'm not going to do my introduction. I'm just going to start with Mr. Salters because we're going to do the financial things first, and then we'll get to you'll note 11.3 is the update, so we'll handle it that way. So, Mr. Salters.
Thank you, Dr. Little. Members of the board, tonight we're pleased to bring to you our annual comprehensive financial report and also our annual procurement audit, the results of these two, and these were conducted by Burkett and Burkett CPAs. We have Matthew Hodges here representing the firm to discuss the audit findings. So I'll turn it over to Matthew.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Little, thank you very much for your time this evening. Tonight I'm here to present our required audit communications, present a summary of the fiscal year 2021 financial statements, and address any questions that you may have. First, our required audit communications. The school district is responsible for preparing the financial statements, for designing, implementing, and maintaining internal controls, both over financial reporting and compliance, as well as compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements. Our firm is responsible for performing our audits in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, governmental auditing standards, and the uniform guidance. In our audit, we tested the district's transactions based on our knowledge of the district. We used professional judgment in determining sample size for our testing, and we designed those tests for reasonable but not absolute assurance. So we're not testing 100% of transactions. In doing so, we did not note any instances of noncompliance with district policies. We have issued 4 clean opinions. First, an unmodified or clean opinion in relation to the financial statements themselves. Secondly, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal controls over financial reporting that were considered to be material to the financial statements. Third, an unmodified opinion in relation to compliance on your major federal awards. Those major federal awards for fiscal year 2021 were the ESSER 1 and 2 funds, the Supporting Effective Instruction or Title II funds, and the Child Nutrition Cluster. Overall, and I know this isn't on the slide, but just to let you know, the federal expenditures were up about $10 million compared to the prior year, and the funds that we audited accounted for about 90% of that increase, okay? And lastly, an unmodified or clean opinion in relation to compliance with the district's procurement policies and procedures. Our procurement audit covered the period of fiscal year 2021, and the objective of that was to determine whether the district's procurement procedures and practice complied with the district's procurement code. Our audit followed the South Carolina State Fiscal Accountability Authority's questionnaire for evaluating internal controls over procurement. Again, the procurement audit involves sampling. So we looked at a 2-month sample of procurement card purchases. We looked at a block sample of 200 numerical purchase orders, 5 disposals and sales of surplus property. On that next bullet point, it does say 42. I want to let you know tonight that is an error. That should say 60 procurement transactions. There was additional testing done. We have provided an updated procurement audit report to management to reflect that change.
And you have that report at your place.
5 procurements were related to major construction, as well as any change orders from those construction projects. We also reviewed 100% of sole source and emergency procurements, as well as unauthorized procurements. And in our procurement audit, we did find again that the district complied with its procurement requirements in all material respects. In the financial audit, there were no significant changes in accounting policies during fiscal year 2021. There was one reporting change that was required under generally accepted accounting principles. That's in relation to your student activity funds. In prior years, those have been reported as fiduciary funds in your financial reports. This change required that that be presented as special revenue funds. So for fiscal year 21 and going forward, that will be the presentation of the student activity funds. That change did result in some of the schedules that you're used to seeing in the report are no longer required to be presented. Also, I did want to mention for next year, fiscal year 2022, that there's a statement that will involve leases, and that will have a change in the government-wide financial statements and disclosures regarding the district's lease agreements. In our audit, we did not have any disagreements with management, not aware of any consultations with any other independent accountants as a second opinion. No issues were discussed prior to our retention as your independent auditor. There were, again, no significant difficulties encountered in performing our audit, and we did receive full cooperation from your personnel. We just want to express our thanks to all of the employees of the finance office listed on the screen there, as well as the procurement office, and really everyone in the district. It's truly a very comprehensive audit involving many different areas of the district, and so again, just want to say we received full cooperation in performing our audit. Looking at the financial information, and that should not have the word draft up there, it is final. The general fund balance increased by $12.6 million in fiscal year 2021. In comparison to the prior year, general fund revenues increased by about $9 million, the majority of that being from local property taxes due to reassessment. Also, there was a $1 million increase in state funding related to teacher salary increases and fringe benefits. The expenditures compared to the prior year increased just under $5 million. That was mostly due to salary increases to employees, and that did include a one-time bonus that was approved by the board in December of 2020. And there was also increases in insurance premiums and retirement benefits during the year. The general fund balance as of June 30th was $78.5 million. That includes prepaid items of $1 million, assignments for the fiscal year 2022 budget of $7.5 million, and the unassigned general fund balance was right at $70 million. That unassigned general fund balance represents just under 25% of total general fund expenditures. The district's policy requires a minimum of 7% of general fund budget to be held in fund balance. Just as a point of comparison, the GFOA does require recommends a minimum of 16.7%, or about 2 months worth of expenditures to be in unassigned general fund balance. The South Carolina Department of Education requires half of that, 8.3%, or 1 month to be in unassigned general fund balance. And so you're in compliance with those requirements. Overall, the total governmental fund balances were just under $266 million as of June 30th. And so to conclude, I wanted to state that the district is in excellent financial position due to your leadership as the board, your superintendent, as well as your senior leadership. Your bond ratings have been reaffirmed. Those are the same as they were in the prior year for both Standard & Poor's and Moody's. The assignment of general fund balance is a good practice to have, as well as the certificates of excellence of financial reporting. This is the 27th consecutive year for fiscal year 2021 that the district has received this prestigious award from ASBO, as well as the 26th consecutive year of receiving the award from GFOA. They have their own reviewers who go through the district's financial reports and ensure that they're in compliance. And so the district is certainly be commended for all their efforts in receiving those awards. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding our audits.
This is Jada. Hey, thank you for that. On page 3,
And which report are we looking at?
we are looking at the CAFR,
Okay.
the annual financial report. It says that school principals may request transfers of appropriations within their school. Transfers of appropriations, however, require the special approval of the superintendent and must be reported to the board for their review and acceptance. I know that I haven't ever accepted anything like that. I'm just curious, is this something that there just are no transfers? Or is this just not a step that we take?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find that. You said that's on, okay, I see it in the transmittal letter. School principals may request transfers of appropriations. I believe that's within their own school budgets.
That's right, and we give you our monthly report, and this month's agenda is item 13.2, monthly general fund budget transfers, to show any transfers within the general fund.
Okay, so when it says we accept that, does that just mean we just receive it? We don't have to approve it?
Yes, ma'am, you received the report.
Okay. And let's see here, on page 37. Under blended component units, we went over this last year, where it says the Lexington County, I'm right now here under the Educational Foundation, which is number 2. It says that our board approves all appointments to the foundation board, but we don't. Last year, it was changed to read, 3 members of the Lexington County School District One Board of Trustees are members of the foundation board, which is the governing authority for the foundation.
Right, and I'm not sure why that wasn't changed in the current year copy. I think we can get that updated as well.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. And I guess this is a question for Dr. Little. When will we adopt the 2021 procurement code?
Mr. Salters, you want to handle that?
Yeah, so we're in the process now of evaluating that code and writing guidelines associated with that code. And we look to bring that to you guys this spring to start that process. We have to be substantially similar to the state code, and so it's a process we have to go through and update all of our regulations, guidelines to meet that. So we're going to be working on that this spring and bringing that to you.
Okay.
Our goal is to have the next fiscal year starting under that code.
Okay.
And, I should point out, and Mr. Hodges did as well, but you did note that the procurement audit was an annual audit based on feedback you guys gave last year to do a yearly audit versus the 3-year audit that had been done previously. So I did just want to point that out, that we will continue to do that yearly process under the new code as well.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Kyle?
Yeah, just for a point of clarity, it says property tax revenues increased 10.66% due to a 10-year required reassessment of property values. Does that occur in line with the census? Is it on the 20, 30, 40?
It does not.
It does not. Okay, okay.
So I've got another question. This might be for you, Mr. Salters. On page 24, under the capital asset and debt administration, it says that we used, the district also issued non-referendum short-term bonds for certain capital needs during the current year to fund renovations and repairs, the acquisition of school buses, and acquisition of information technology. However, when we voted on that back in August of 2020, there was not a line item there for school buses. I'm just curious how that was decided.
I'll have to go back and pull that information and get you an answer on that. Just curious. I'll have to compare what we said in there.
Okay.
I'll note that, page 24.
Just for a reminder, where are we at with the LOSF, the whole transition with the property.
The lease purchase agreements, is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
We have 2032, 2031, I think, is about the time. We have about 10 years, 9, 10 years left on that.
Okay.
I think that's right. I can get you an exact.
I could not remember if it was anticipated in the next 5 years or if it was next 10. Thank you.
Yeah. 2031.
All right.
Ms. Henson, do you know what the LOSF is? Were you part of the board when we talked about that last year? Mr. Salter, would you, I know that's a weird topic that we have to talk about every now and then. Could you explain what that is?
Sure, that was a funding mechanism used by a number of districts across the state years ago, and it was basically called a lease purchase arrangement, where you set up a corporation, and the district essentially is leasing the building, leasing to own, if you will, from that corporation. It's a financing strategy that the General Assembly later removed from districts and required districts to go out for general obligation bond votes to the community. Dr. Little, before we move on, I did want to just take a point to thank our staff. Finance staff is back here in the corner. Our directors and all have spent hours and hours and hours pulling together these statements, and I can't thank them enough for all the effort that they put into this work, and these 26 and 27 consecutive years of acknowledgement and bond ratings maintained through this time that we're in is a testament to the board's commitment to financial responsibility, our staff's commitment to it as well, and so we really appreciate all the work that they've done. So if you don't mind, share with us.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, sir. Okay, so we'll kind of go back to my update. It's not very long tonight, but I want to start with as we approach the holiday season. I just want to take this opportunity to thank our staff, the staff members who are here, the staff members in the schools, for their hard work and effort this year. I look forward to, I hope they are all looking forward. I know, I don't say hope, because I know that they are. They're looking forward to a wonderful break, and what I hope is that it is a much-needed break, and that they will spend time with their friends, their family, and certainly take time to recharge as we move towards second semester. I also want to ask Dr. Rivers, if you would please, normally we don't do this during my particular update, but we had something kind of come in that I wanted to make sure that wasn't quite presentation, but it wasn't quite, but it was big enough to talk about. And so something coming from his department that I think both parents and students are going to be very excited about, especially if your child is in greater than 4th grade mathematics, as I was when I realized I could no longer assist with the homework. So Dr. Rivers, walk us through this exciting opportunity that's coming for our students and our parents.
Certainly, Dr. Little. Thank you for that welcome, and school board, just want to share this with you. I think we can all recall a time when we were in school, whether it's elementary, middle, high, college, you get home after class, you have a question, and it's like, where did I get the answer from? Can't contact my teacher, it's late, maybe after a practice, after work. So now this amazing service available to our students called tutor.com, and it's been out there for a while, and so the South Carolina Department of Education, in partnership with the South Carolina State Library, they've come together through ESSER funds to make this available to our students. So we kind of work with instruction to make sure our principals can get this information to our parents, and after tonight, this information will go out as well so they can use it. And so it's very simple. We kind of vetted it in IT to make sure that no personal identifiable information is shared from our students with any third-party agency. And so all that students will do is go in through Class Link, and these are kind of the steps. There's an infographic that's available to students. They go through ClassLink, they click the Discus app. Once they click that, they'll be able to, they'll be directed to this site here on Discus. And then they can do the drop down and then look at the bottom of that list. You may not be able to read it, but there's a testing and test prep area and tutoring. You click on that, and that takes you to the page there for tutor.com on step 2. And so step 2, it gives you that next step there. So once you click on tutor.com, you are then directed to the website for tutor.com. And so it may ask for you to set up an account, and you don't have to, and that's what I want to make sure parents are aware of. You don't have to set up an account, but if you do, it's okay. It just allows you to track your questions over time. And so you can look at the history of your interaction with tutor.com and so forth. But if you don't need to do that, you can just jump on, put in your information for a subject area, the question that you need to ask, and then just hit submit. And amazingly, you will find another live person on the other end that can answer your question. So you may get in touch with a calculus teacher, a biology teacher, somebody in social studies, and that person will be live and they can answer that question directly. So whether you're in kindergarten, so we hopefully parents can answer those questions, or a senior, you can find assistance through this service here of tutor.com. So it's another way that we have and we can support our students when they get home to give them support. Since we are one-to-one, they have a device, they have connectivity at home through their personal Wi-Fi. We also have hotspots available to students that they can take home and use. So all the tools are available to them so they can find the support they need after the hours. So we just want to make parents aware of this. You can get more information from the principals of the schools. If it has not gone out already, it will go out tomorrow.
Is this available 24/7?
24/7.
For those high school
So
students
we'll find out,
like
but
mine
they say
that figure out at 2
24/7.
o'clock they need to write a term paper?
Yep,
Yeah.
all hours of the night. So we'll see how it works, but it's far-reaching. It's for the entire state. And so I'm sure they're tapping into teachers, probably college students, to serve in that role to help students in school. Okay.
Thank you. I have a question. I know you said hotspots are available.
Yes.
Do those cut off at a certain time of night?
No, they don't.
Okay.
They're available, and if a family needs one, they just need to reach out to a school administrator at the school, and a technician there will get them linked up to a hotspot.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm curious as to the 2 a.m. calculus question. That's what I want to know. We're going to test this thing. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I can't do that at 2 a.m. That for sure. But
someone's going to test it out, so we're looking.
All right, well,
wait
we'll
and
get
see
some
to see what
feedback
happens.
on that. So that's going out, Mr. Calhoun. I know other principals are excited about this possibility. And again, when your kid gets to middle school and you don't have Miss Henson on speed dial, some of those math questions get pretty hard.
I can actually answer that question for you. It doesn't go well.
Yeah.
I've been there. It doesn't go well.
So thank you, Dr. Rivers. I appreciate that. And thank you for the team. You know, sometimes it's easy just to say, hey, here it is. But there's really a lot of behind-the-scenes work that goes on to make that happen, even though it's provided by somebody else. And I appreciate you and your team and your thoroughness working through that. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I do also want to bring your attention to really our recent increase in COVID cases. Now, I don't want to cause any panic. We're not seeing this huge spike. Dr. Guyton and I talk about this a lot. I get his medical feedback. We're certainly not seeing the spike that we saw at the beginning of the year, but over the last couple weeks, we've been ticking up. I think we had a low of 18 to 20. As of today, we are around 53, 55 when I checked it earlier. So it's ticking up. Again, across the district, the numbers still look pretty good. It's still a solid, I think, is where we are. But again, I just want to encourage our community to take precautions over the break and put ourselves in good footing as we begin next semester. Our testing sites will be available over the break. That's an important opportunity and service that we will provide. Our testing opportunities will be available, and we continue to ask parents, if your child tests positive over the break, to utilize the system that the schools have in place. It is my understanding that information is going out tomorrow, and so we ought to be communicating how, if the family wants to take advantage of those opportunities, they have the opportunity to do so. Now I'd like to turn our attention, as you notice on our sheet today, we are going to discuss safety and security in our schools, and I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Salters. He's going to start it. There's a number of people who are going to speak to you this evening. That's why you note we have administrative team on the agenda. So Mr. Salters is going to start it and then kick it off to Mr. Ellsworth.
Thank you, Dr. Little. Members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening around the topic of safety and security in our schools. I understand, obviously this has been much conversation in the last few weeks, and I want to tell you this evening that we're going to give you a nice overview of where we are and what we do and how we operate. But I'll kind of preface the whole conversation with we aren't going to get very specific in a public meeting. And the reason we don't do that is because we don't want to give anyone doing harm to our students or staff a blueprint on how to do it. And I hope you can appreciate and understand that. And so this evening I'm going to give you good opportunity to get an overview, and then we'll be happy to answer questions that you may have. In some cases we may direct those questions to an offline conversation as it's appropriate. This evening I'm going to introduce Mr. Chris Ellsworth. Mr. Ellsworth has been in the district now a number of years, came in 2014. Prior to that, he was in law enforcement with the town of Lexington, served a number of roles there. He was an SRO at Lexington Middle School for a number of years, was on the SWAT team, Internet Crimes Task Force, detective there, so he's got a broad law enforcement background. Chris is also trained as a standard response protocol instructor, standard reunification methodology instructor. He's also a School Shield security site assessment certified individual, so he can do site assessments for safety and certified nationally on that. So we're very fortunate to have his skill set. We also have Sean Spivey on our team with similar background and training. Chris served as the chairman of the SCASA Roundtable, the School Administrator Association Roundtable for Safety and Security. Through that roundtable, we share a lot of knowledge with individuals across the state and end up giving a lot of guidance and suggestion for folks and how we do things through the expertise that we have on staff. So with that, I will turn it over to Chris and we'll get started.
Thank you, Mr. Salters. Good evening. I hope I got this working right. Let's test this really quick. Yeah, here we go. So going to give a brief overview of our safety and security in our schools. Currently, we update our EBCB policy. That happened pretty recent to conform with the new law 5963-910 related to South Carolina and our safety security drills. I'll go into in depth a little bit about that, what that looks like for us. What we have to do by law is 2 lockouts, 2 lockdowns at a minimum. 2 earth or weather drills. We set that to 1 tornado and 1 earthquake. Ask them to do it 1 per semester at a minimum. We still do our monthly fire drills. The law is it's written a little different, but we went ahead and did the 10 fire drills. I think some argue that no, you don't have to do that anymore with the new law, but we continue to do that monthly. We also train our staff to active shooter training twice per year, as the guidelines are written by SLED, that we train that twice per year. COVID has changed that a little bit because now we do it virtually currently this year. So it used to be we'd go around and be in front of the schools, like you can see in this picture, training all the staff. We conform our emergency protocols to the national standard of the SRP, which is through the I Love You Guys Foundation. You can find all this online. This is very public information, okay? SRP, what that means is what you see here. These are some of our protocols that we utilize, and the reason we do that, when I started here in 2014 and started looking at our schools and evaluating them and what we did for, say, a lockdown, one school may say, hey, Miss Susie's cooking cookies in the lunchroom right now, and that meant lockdown. And then another school may have said, lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. Well, what we needed was a unified response, a unified communication for everybody. Standard Response Protocol brought that. Go out, research that, look up the I Love You Guys Foundation. It's an amazing story how that came to be. I don't have the time to talk through that here. But if I'm a substitute going to Oak Grove Elementary in the morning and then going out to Pillion Elementary the next morning, we all do the same communication on the overhead speaker, so we all know what's going on. Our active shooter training, we conform to this national standard, which is a CRAZE training, civilian response to active shooter events. I'm a certified instructor in that, have been since, it was back in my law enforcement days when I started with that, so I'd have to get you a date. But we work with SLED. SLED brings this to our administration, brings it to law enforcement. They host classes for us. We go in and get certified so that we can teach active shooter training, right? So this teaches us about, I can't get into too much detail, but you can see there the stress response the body's going to have. We go through the, what the teacher or the administrator or the staff member should be doing in the event of a lockdown or active shooter event, step by step. Couple of questions, at least one question I get pretty often, which is needs to be communicated here, is why don't we use these type of barricade devices in South Carolina? Why can't I use this in my classroom? I have that question often. And the reason is it's against fire code. We cannot put a secondary device on those doors. And that's not Chris Ellisor, that's not Lexington One, that's South Carolina's fire code that says we cannot do that. Our monthly fire and safety inspections. So we started this as a part of the State Fire Marshal's Office, passed this past year. It hasn't gone into full effect at the Department of Ed yet. They will put this online and make it available to us. I think we are bound by the law starting next year to make sure all this is done. They kind of gave us a waiver due to COVID. But we are already doing this in our schools. We started this in August, and this is a checklist of about, I think it's 41 items that each school must do monthly on a fire and safety inspection put out by the South Carolina Fire Marshal's Office. Threat assessments, that is also new to the district. This came out and I want to say it was written in 2019 through the Department of Ed and I think 31 committee members at the state level. The purpose, the goal is to distinguish between the student that's making a threat, are they truly posing the threat? Are they just saying this or is there truly a threat here? So the background, if a threat assessment occurs in our schools, it involves at least 3 people. It involves an administrator, a trained administrator, an SRO, and a counselor or psychologist. And so those 3 people are the minimum for that initial screening. They sit down, they answer these questions together, they evaluate it, and they make a determination as to whether or not it needs to advance to a full threat assessment. This, again, is new to our district. We are currently holding trainings. We held 2 currently this year. We held 2 last year. We've got 4 more coming in January, February for our staff. This is a whole new task for my department. So we are managing it. We work with Dr. Melissa Reeves, who is actually the author for the state of South Carolina's program, to train our staff currently. You will see this around the schools. This is our poster. This is for an anonymous tip line that we have here in Lexington One. We started this about 3 or 4 years ago. We always had a tip. We always had a tip line in the meaning of picking up a phone, dialing a number, leaving a message. This allowed us to take it to a different level where our students can send a text. That is how they communicate, right? I mean, students are communicating via that cell phone and that text messaging. We have currently, this is where we're at as far as our calls of service related to our tip line. 43% of those are after school. Note that, 43% of those are coming to our department after school hours. There are 4 of us that monitor our emails after hours. After we go home, we take a look at our emails to make sure that no one has submitted a tip. If a tip is submitted, we work closely with our law enforcement agencies to remedy that. I felt it important to take a very proactive approach regarding this. Reactive being if we waited till the next morning. We can't do that anymore. We can't wait for a student to get off the bus that has made a threat the night before via Snapchat, so some social media platform. Maybe they send a text. But we work one-on-one with law enforcement, myself and my partner. If we get one of these, and we've gotten them up to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, y'all. This is, I mean, we send officers to the door. We deal with it then. We have the parent bring the student in the next morning to meet with the administration. That's how we've run this program. And I'd say it's working pretty good. I think it's brought a new resource to us. 57% of those are during school hours. Each one of our schools does have a school resource officer. This program has been in place for quite some time. We try to continue to grow that program. And it's working so far. I think it's working fairly well. Front entrances, you'll notice this as of 2 years ago, we put these devices in where you actually have to push a button and talk to someone before you can just make entry into our schools. Just another layer to help us provide security to our schools. Again, I would back up and just, we work off a locked door system. That's important in our district. So each student, depending on where you're at, they may have an access ID. I have one here. All of us have them. And that's how you get in and out of our schools now. It used to be you just walked in and opened the door, go right in, right? So we're trying to, I'm sorry. Again, this is that's right. I can see you coming into my school and not let you in if chosen to, correct.
Ma'am, I'm
Are
sorry.
we in a, thank you.
Ma'am, if you could, can she email you if you'll email Dr. Little, he'll answer that for you.
Thank you. Student threats, I put this in here just to, make a point more or less, and I hope the parents that are listening to this, Section Code 1617-425 is a new law in South Carolina. It was acted in 2018, but if the student makes a threat, they're going to be prosecuted if it's deemed prosecutable by law enforcement. And so we work one-on-one with our agencies. Please, please, please speak to your students. Make sure they understand the things that they say do have consequences. The choices they make have consequences, whether good or bad. That's really, that's the purpose of this slide. It is unlawful for the student to make those statements. It is a challenge these days with that. So please, please, please speak to your students. Make sure they understand what they say does have an effect. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tracy Bender.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board, Mr. Dr. Little. I wanted to briefly bring you up to par about how school counselors' role play into safety and supporting with our schools when we do our process. When we look at this process, it's not just linear or singular. It's very complex, it's multi-layer, it's ongoing, and it can be repetitive. So mental wellness does play an impact in this safety. First thing we did is leadership lessons. At our middle and elementary schools, we have designed lessons that they do, and it's designed, every school does the same lessons, so we're consistent across the district. At our elementary schools, we do academics, careers, social, emotional, and bullying lessons so our students are informed. Now, we spend a great time on bullying because it's often misidentified. To be bullying, there's 4 criteria. 1, it has to be repetitive. 2, it has to intent to harm. 3, there has to be a power imbalance between the victim and the bully. And 4, the bully gains control over the victim. 3 of those must be present in order to declare it bullying. That's important to school counselors because as we do our services, if it is bullying, we don't want to bring the bully and the victim together and try to mediate or peer mediate a conflict resolution because it can further harm the victim, excuse me. When we look at our middle school lessons, we do the same basic thing except we spend time on anxiety and coping skills. We spend more time helping the students deal with that. And lastly, we have our Aaron's Law lessons. These are elementary. They're required by the State Department or state law when we get down to it. And they address sexual assaults, making sure our children don't fall victims of sexual perpetrators. We do that 4K through 5th grade. It's progressive lessons. They build on each other. It starts real simple with 4K, which is emotions associated with a color. And then 5th grade actually gets internet safety, dealing with sexual perpetrators. So we build on that as we build with it. Then we provide individual, small group, and crisis counseling for our school counselors with a brief solution focus. They last 4 to 8 sessions, 4 to 8 weeks. Because we serve all students and we don't do long-term therapeutic work, we refer out if we can't complete that in that 4 to 8 week cycle. Then we have our mental wellness teams. Our mental wellness teams bring stakeholders in the building together. They get referral from a child. They make sure everybody has that piece of the puzzle, and we bring it all together for a big picture. It's like our safety net. Then we collaborate together about coordination of services. What does this child need? What does this student need? How can we best help them? What do we need to do? Is it working? And then we refer out if we need to for other agencies. That does relate to our referral services. We have internal referral services such as our social workers. We use them for referrals. And we have our external with our partners. We're looking at a potential new service with Care Solace. This company will help us look at a parent's insurance and help them get mental health services within 72 hours. So hopefully we may get that in place. We also have numerous agencies that we work with in our community to help us provide services, such as the Courage Center, Midlands Fatherhood Coalition, South Carolina Youth Advocate Programs. We have a lot of agencies we work with and how we help our students and families get those services. School counselors are the hub for mandated reporting. It's required by law, and every year we start with our school counselors doing briefings to their staffs about what is required for child abuse. And of course, counselors then serve the role of helping either staff or themselves make those law enforcement or DSS reports when a child is being suspected of abuse. And then we do follow-up afterwards. We have our suicide risk assessments. Again, this is a screening tool. It's not a diagnostic assessment. Anytime a child makes a statement or communicates in any form or fashion, they're going to harm self or kill self, we initiate this process because we'll never take the risk that the child would not do this. Self-reporting is not the most reliable. We initiate that. We gather that information. We always provide it to the parent, and then we provide that parent resources. And depending on what we find out, directs what we do next. And that in itself, getting the kid to talk to us, is an intervention in itself. We have our collaboration with, we have our social emotional learning check-ins that we're doing in our screener. We do social emotional check-ins in the buildings with counselors, and we also help teachers develop some things they can check in. We actually now have a social emotional check-in that we do right here at Central Services every week with the staff here where they can do a check-in themselves with that, so we implement that as well. And then we also look at our screener. Of course, State Department of Education has mandated all districts have a screener. We're doing that through Terrace Metrics. We're currently finishing up that screener. Once we're done, the school counselors then look at the results and we'll do follow-up and check-ins with those kids and then look at services such as small group, individuals, and referrals and how we can help them. And then we're going to do a deep dive into the data to look for long-term trends and analysis to what we learned. We have our collaboration with our outside agencies. This is our memorandums of understanding. Of course, we have Lexington County Mental Health, where we can guarantee to have a mental health counselor in all of our schools. There's 18 of them assigned to us. We have one in every school. We have Life Changes. They do our intensive family services work when families need help. They do it 24/7, 7 days a week, anytime, weekends and holidays, and they actually come into school more times during the week, 4 or 5 times to help our kids and family. We have Sexual Trauma in the Midlands. They provide that if our child is a victim of sexual abuse. And our newest partner is the Dickerson Center. A lot of people associate them with law enforcement and forensic interviews, but they actually provide free counseling services that are not associated with that. And they also have bilingual counselors, so we're using that as well. And we just started with our pilot program with them, where they're actually sitting on some of our mental wellness teams as an outside agency, hearing and say, okay, have you thought about using this? Have you thought about this? Because we're a school district, we may see things from inside eyes. They help us look at a bigger picture and how we help a child. And then, of course, we have our collaboration with Blue Cross and Blue Shield and USC when we're dealing with our elementary Engaging with Compassion project. And lastly, we have our grief and loss response. We have response teams of counselors and school psychologists that go out to schools when we have a tragedy such as a death of a parent, in some circumstances, the loss of a staff member, or a death of a child. Unfortunately, sadly, we had a crisis response this week, but we deployed a brand new tool that we have never used before. We have one of our school counselors became a certified trainer, and her dog did too, for therapy with grief and loss. So she was able to use her dog and come into the school as a therapy dog with grief and loss, and we were able to use that. It was a huge success. In fact, when students walked in the door and says, upset and crying and says, well, can counselor help you? No, I want to talk to the dog and pet the dog. So it really was a great help when we got to use that services. With our services, we're constantly evaluating and reviewing them, checking to see if we can do improvements, checking if we can make it better, because that's what we have to do, because these things are ongoing, repetitive, overlapping, so always checking. Every month, I participate in the American School Counselor Association National School District Directors Meeting. Every month, we talk about what's going on. I can tell you that every month, across the nation, these issues are being seen everywhere. This is something new that we've never dealt with on the scale that we've dealt with before, at least from the school counselor perspective. So it's not unique to us. But as I listen, I will tell you that what we have in our district and our willingness to always think outside the box and look at it is setting us aside or better than help with our children. It's really a pleasure to have that ability, and I've worked in more than one district. It is a pleasure to have that in our hands and be able to do that. With that, are there any questions for you? I'd be happy to answer them.
Go ahead, Chris.
I think just regarding feedback on one item you present, the suicide risk assessment. I guess one of our roles up here is to kind of look at things through maybe a little different filter than what's seen on a day-to-day basis. And as a pediatrician, I will oftentimes have a suicide risk assessment come in the office because that clearance can be provided by your medical doctor. I would argue and say that we're probably not the best and most equipped to do that because we run at a volume pace. And so there's always this pressure. I mean, y'all have all been to your doctor's office. You don't want to wait. What you don't know is that sometimes we're sitting there for an hour talking to a child who's ultimately potentially looking at making a very horrible decision in life, and we're trying to convince them that the world is better with them than without them. And I would argue and say there's maybe a better mechanism than that to filter through your primary care physician, just based off the way we're sort of structured.
So to answer that question, in our letter that we provide parents, we don't recommend they go to their pediatrician.
Right.
And say, hey, you might get your pediatrician, they might say you have to go somewhere else, but the parent says, well, can I go if I want to? We can't deny that.
Sure.
But I understand exactly what you're saying because we hit that. We do actually allow military chaplains because they're trained in suicide things versus a preacher, so we even have an option with that as well.
Right. And ultimately, we make the recommendations we have to make, and sometimes we have to we do have to seek outside care and outside sources, unfortunately, but just a method of feedback.
But before we start asking questions, Mr. Pender kind of jumped the gun a little bit. There's still, this is like a song that you think's over and everybody starts clapping and then the band keeps playing. We actually have a few more slides left on this presentation, and then let's take questions as a group.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Little. Just briefly, wanted to highlight and remind the board of some commitments that you made over the past few years related to funding of safety and security. So we've already mentioned the Director of Safety Emergency Services was brought on board. We've had SROs in the district well before that and have continued to expand the schools that we've had those at. So, but it got to a point in volume that we needed someone dedicated to supporting these efforts, and that happened in the budget. In 18-19, you'll recall that there was a $4.5 million increase dedicated to safety and security and additional social and emotional measures related to student health, and that millage increase was dedicated for those expenditures. And then in the 2018 referendum, there was some money earmarked to finish up some infrastructure improvements related to safety at our schools across the district as well. Approximately 6.9, close to $7 million over the last 3 fiscal years from the general fund has been committed to safety and security. A big portion of that is our SROs at our schools, and that's through partnerships with our local municipalities. Approximately $2 million additionally has been committed to social emotional measures, including social workers, mental health counselors, and 504 coordinator, Mr. Pender alluded to a little while ago. So, significant investment over the last few years in recurring expenditures related to staffing to support safety and security in our schools. With that being said, we're continuously evaluating additional layers of safety and security. We take, obviously, this very, very seriously. We're, as Mr. Ellisor mentioned, we're sending law enforcement out to homes at 3 o'clock in the morning when we get a tip to make sure a student or a threat is really neutralized or not going to, show up the next morning. So we take this very seriously. But there are always layers of security that we can look at to improve, and we're doing that on a regular basis. With each event that occurs, we have after-action meetings and evaluate our procedures, staff's response. Are there holes in our training efforts that we can improve on? Are there holes in our response, the way we handle the situation? Can we improve on that? So we do those after-action meetings as well. When we're evaluating additional safety measures, we look at a few things at a minimum, but we always want to look at the impact on the learning environment. Obviously the effectiveness of whatever measure it is we're looking at, whether it's reactionary or proactive. And you can have both. We can have things that are reactionary, but we all obviously like proactive measures. How scalable it is, it doesn't do me any good to, buy this great piece of technology that I can only put at one door at one facility or one, campus. We want things to be scalable, and then, is it a long-term solution or is it, some kind of temporary solution? So those are things we look at. Mr. Ellisor mentioned several of our agencies before. We'd be remiss if we didn't mention our partnerships that we have with municipalities that serve our schools. Lexington County Sheriff's Department, Town of Lexington Police Department, Town of Pillion Police Department, all have an important role with us. But we also work closely with SLED. And SLED conducts site assessments and evaluates school safety and your layers of security and looks for areas and ways to improve. And so, we're partnering with them to conduct some of those assessments in the upcoming months, and, we'll consider any recommendations that they have and discuss those with you guys as we move forward. And with that, we would be happy to answer any questions that you guys have at this time. And Dr. Little, if you have anything else you'd like to offer.
I do want to echo the partnership with law enforcement. I'll never forget that Chief Green, in a meeting with the governor, gosh, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago now, talked about that our relationship with local law enforcement was a real model for the state, and that was a great compliment from Chief Green, because we're able to cut through that bureaucracy, red tape kind of stuff, and just move. And it's very agile, flexible, and we go after it, as opposed to, well, we got to do this and do this and do this. Our law enforcement and works so hand in hand with us, and we can't talk about safety without really highlighting that relationship. Just a huge thanks to Sheriff Kuhn and Chief Green and the folks down in Pillion, and about how we work together and continuously. Again, I think that's the other thing that you said that I want to talk about is it's a continuous improvement cycle. Improvement is really about the art of self-reflection, and I think we do that really well and try to stay ahead of things. So any questions, we can certainly talk about that as well.
I have a few questions. So on our school buses, how many of those don't have working cameras?
You'd have to talk to the transportation. I'm not sure. That's Bill Kurtz can answer that question for you. We can get back to you on it.
I don't know the answer to that either, but it's a considerable amount. It's not just a handful. I think all of the newer buses that we've gotten are not yet equipped with cameras. I don't have a figure or a percentage, but I can find that out.
Because I know we do have threats on the school buses.
That's right.
We've had weapons, so I think that's something we need to look at. I also know that when they got new buses, I'm not sure they took the cameras off of the old buses. So that might be something worth looking into. Let's see here. What is the protocol when a weapon is reported on the bus?
On a bus. But depending on the circumstances, I would assume when you say a weapon is reported, are we in transit? Are we getting off the bus? I mean, there are certain steps you may take. Again, circumstantial. Is there a set standard that says, hey, if little Joey says there's a gun on the bus, we stop and lock the bus down? Not necessarily. We may call on the radios and get somebody en route to that bus, most likely, whether it be law enforcement and school administration. It'd be a step-by-step process. It's circumstantial. It depends on what's going on with that.
Okay. So my next question was, what are we doing to ensure that our drivers are aware of these protocols?
Our drivers are trained every year annually on these protocols I just shared with you. And then Mr. Kurtz, you have to speak with him as to the training he puts his drivers through, but I know he works with SLED also to do some training.
Okay. I know you mentioned that we have resource officers in the schools, but each school does not have a full-time SRO. Are we looking into any other options for full-time SROs? Or, I mean, I know I had asked Dr. Little about security guards. There are some districts in the state that, since there is a shortage of resource officers, that they've considered that. Is that something y'all have discussed?
My statement, I guess my remark to that would be that we have school resource officers in each school. As far as any contracted service, I think we discussed that years past, maybe in reflection, but not anything substantial.
Okay. So you probably wouldn't know, like, do we have any cameras that aren't working at the schools? Like, do we have any boss tickets waiting on cameras to be fixed?
That would be an IT question. I'm certain there are probably boss tickets, but I would need to defer to Dr. Rivers.
Yes, we do have schools that will turn in a boss ticket when the camera's down, and we do service those. So we ask them to check regularly so that we can kind of keep up with them. We have a technician that goes out and repairs those as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I don't know how many are in there right now, but I can get that information to you.
Okay, thank you. So how many requests, I'm not sure who asked this to, for security items that have not been filled? For instance, or just cameras, I guess around the school, we found out White Knoll High School had some blind spots where they needed cameras, so those are being put up. Are we aware of any other schools that may have blind spots or that may need upgraded camera systems?
I'll take that. So we're in the process of upgrading cameras across the district, and it's a long process because cameras are expensive, and we have a lot of them. And every time we go into a school and do a new camera installation, we evaluate coverage with that new technology and make placements accordingly. So we do have from time to time, schools will make a request, hey, I have this area that I can't see, and I had a situation occur. Can we get a camera there? And so we'll get a camera added. But those come in from time to time, and we respond to them.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Ellisor, you said that the active shooter training was being done virtually because of COVID. Has that affected any of the other drills? Have those been?
So COVID has affected drills, yes. SLED put out some guidance on that, how to perform lockdown drills during that state of COVID, and we adhere to that with them.
Okay. So just say, for instance, lockdown. Has that been, have all students gone through that for the last, I guess, twice a year? Or have they just kind of sat in the classroom and said, this is what we would do?
Again, I think I don't want to get into the details of how we manage a lockdown. However, there was guidance put out by SLED, and we did follow that guidance, correct.
Okay. So have we talked about any programs, or has there been any talk of programs that bring in like dads or moms in the school? Dads on duty, moms on a mission. I'd read about other districts doing things like this to kind of get discipline under control. Because I guess that's the biggest thing that I keep hearing over and over, is that all of this is beginning because there is no discipline in the schools. So I think to even have a conversation about safety and security, we got to start with discipline.
I really don't have a comment to that. I don't handle the discipline side. I can refer to others, but I think there are programs where fathers and things come in, or did come into the schools. I'm not sure where we're at with that with COVID, but yes. I can't remember the names of all those, but elementary, you might recall
Watchdogs
some
or-
of those, yeah.
Yeah, they're like watchdogs is an
Yeah.
example.
And we are aware of those programs. I've not been a part of or led any deep conversation about that, but that certainly is something that we could continue to investigate. I know Pleasant Hill Elementary has, I think it's called Watchdogs, and the dog
Yeah,
stands for something.
Yeah, a couple dads on.
Dad's own scar
Yeah.
or something like that.
Dad's a great student. We must have had a watchdog in there. Yeah, Dad's a great student.
Okay. Would you happen to have any data related to the increase in this part of the school year from August to December compared to previous school years for fights, expulsions, suspensions?
I would not have that data. I have to refer again to Mr. Caldwell and their student services.
Since 2006, I can go back and speak with certainty because that's when I started doing it. We have averaged about less than 2% of the population of students that are recommended for expulsion. My very first year, 2006, 2007 school year, again, that's 10, 15 years ago. So we were, a much smaller district at that time, probably 7,000, 8,000 smaller. We had a little over 400 expulsion hearings that year. Now that sounds exorbitant, and that's 400 too many, but it was just shy of 2% of the population. Interestingly enough, over all those years that I've been a part of tracking it, those percentages have remained constant. The number may go up, but as our enrollment goes up, but it's never been over a 2% of our total population recommended for expulsion. The last 3 years, the last 2 years, and then this year, the last 3 years, 1.6%, 1.2%, and then last year was an anomaly. We had 93 total. So that's like 0.3%, but that's not fair. You don't add that into the mix because we didn't have all of our kids on campus until the last semester, or the last 9 weeks, actually. I will tell you, so far this school year, we are trending a little bit higher than usual, than we would be halfway through the school year. I don't know what that means for the spring, if it goes up, if it goes down, if it stays the same, but again, we're at 28,000 students, so the raw number may go up. I'm interested to see how that plays out and what the percentage will be. But we are currently seeing an increase of hearings relative to this time of the year in previous years.
Okay. And thank you for that. So this, I guess, is for Dr. Little, maybe. After the White Knoll High School incident, the principal asked that the attendance phone call feature be turned on so that parents would be notified when there were absences. Why haven't we implemented that in the other schools?
I'm going to have, do you do the attendance stuff?
We do.
Yeah, go and kind of see where that landed there, because there were some reasons behind it.
The reason it was turned
associated
off,
with different
I'm
codes.
sorry.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry, no.
The reason it was turned off is when we were on COVID and we had COVID absences and COVID attendance codes, it became very confusing because we had students who were actually not in the building but marked present, some were marked absent, and parents were getting inundated with calls that weren't accurate. So the decision was made to turn that off. It has been turned back on at Mr. Daughtry's request. And we are preparing to turn that back on, if you will, the dialer for all the schools. And we've also decided that regardless of where COVID may take us in the future, that's probably a function that it's better to leave on and maybe cause a little bit of confusion than to not notify parents when the students actually aren't on campus. But last year was a really tremendously strange year for attendance because kids were virtually absent, they were virtually present. It got very, very convoluted. But we have.
And
corrected.
certainly the beginning of this year was the same.
Same
thing.
way, and yeah, that's right.
Okay. And Mr. Ellisor, I was actually writing the question down as this lady was asking it, because I'm a parent too, and I go into the schools. So that push-button camera at the door, what exactly is the purpose of that? Now, they might recognize me, they might not, I don't know. But I'm always, regardless of the school, I'm just buzzed right on in.
Sure. Most people probably recognize you, but that could be, and they recognize parents as well. They get accustomed to the parents coming in. It's a layered approach. It's simply a layer. It gives them the opportunity to see the person coming through the door, right? So but prior to this instance, I could take me back to White Knoll High School, and used to be parents were bringing in lunches at lunchtime. You'd have, there were probably 100, 200 people walking through that door back and forth, opening, closing, and people were being checked out. And I remember one time looking into an incident, and there were probably 25 people in this front office. How do you manage that as the person behind the desk trying to deal with all those people? That's the purpose of the system, is to give them the opportunity to see who's coming through that door and state their purpose in coming through that door.
And Ms. Garris, I'll just leave this information as well, is that there's more to that process than that one little camera that you see when you push that button.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see here. Okay, so after the White Knoll event, I know a bunch of teachers said that they showed up at school and it was just a normal day. If there were extra counselors there, no one mentioned that to them. Same way with the students. Is there some kind of, counseling that they're offered afterwards?
You'll forgive me, but Mr. Pender has an hour drive.
Oh,
to
okay.
home.
Yeah, I looked
He lives
around.
in Sumter, so I gave him permission to leave, so let me fill that the best I can. And yes, we do have grief counselors. We do have a crisis response team that will respond, for example, to the tragedy that happened in Gilbert last week. I'm not exactly clear as to the response or lack of response, if that's what was perceived with the White Knoll situation. I do know that Mr. Pender was in contact with his guidance, or the guidance director.
School counselor? School counselor?
Did I say guidance?
You did.
The guidance director, school counselor director at the school. Well, I think it's called the guidance director, so. And it was decided at that time that, in her opinion, that they didn't need a full-blown crisis response, that they would, say if they lost a student or something like that happened. So, but that is something that we have evaluated since then, and in line with our constant learning and growth. That's something we certainly would probably respond to differently.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
That's ridiculous. Are you scared, Maggie? TikTok video got crisis response, but we couldn't.
Yes, we're all scared. I get it, no matter how school, because he's scared. He don't trust his teachers because he thought it was a drill.
Okay. I would say really, I think our teachers need a little help. As far as enforcing discipline to begin with, but even after a situation like that, and I know you said that would be addressed, but I think I took my last call like 11-something the night following that, all day long. They just said there's no discipline in the schools, and they think that this is really what this goes back to. And I don't know, I'm talking to you, Mr. Caldwell, but I guess Dr. Little is, they really want discipline enforced. Kids aren't required to wear their IDs. They don't have any respect for authority. The kids tell them basically, we can do whatever we want. And they complain about bullying. But those situations, I guess, need to be handled. The bully needs to be disciplined and the victim needs to be offered counseling. And I feel like if you provide those avenues, then they will come. But basically just, talk to the people in schools, the teachers, the instructional assistants. They all really struggled with the White Knoll incident, and I know we've had a lot of this just in other schools, threats, weapons since that time, not to that magnitude. But just, I guess to quote one teacher here, teachers have to have somewhere to go. There is no discipline in school and we have no recourse. We have the same education as those at the top, but we are treated like all we can do is teach. Who do we go to when we write kids up, but all they get is a conference? I can give a conference as a consequence. When I show up in an administrator's office, I need them to do something. I don't have the power to do anything. And I know as a bus driver, we felt that way as well. You can write them up, but you can't make anybody do anything once you write them up. So I would just ask that there's some conversations in the schools about what we can do going forward, because I didn't see any of that mentioned, earlier.
The interesting dichotomy to that is, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, because if that's their perception, then that is their reality. But I frame that under the context of what I said earlier, that our expulsion hearings are higher than they've ever been at this point. That's not a point of pride, and we're not bragging, but so there's this disconnect somewhere, because students are creating situations and making decisions that are landing them in our office at a rate unseen in my time that I've been doing this. And at the same time, I'm hearing that there is no discipline in the school, so that we certainly need to continue to address that. And I think this is a supposition on my part, but maybe it's the minor things that are being overlooked or not handled to someone's opinion appropriately enough. Maybe those things are going, and sometimes we major in the minors, and those small things become a greater issue, collectively. It's not an individual student who's late to class. It's the 15th time he's been late to class. Now, I'm making this up, but it's as if we have this dual modality, so to speak, that we're expelling or recommending students for expulsion at a much faster rate than we were in the past, yet we're hearing that there's no discipline in the schools. So we need to continue to have conversations. We had conversations with all of our principals just yesterday about these very topics. Well, let me take that back, with our middle and high school principals just yesterday about this. So
And I'll add to that, Mr. Daltrey did focus groups throughout his entire building, students and staff, as part of that as well. So we have a lot of good information regarding that.
Okay. Yeah, I would just encourage you to have conversations with teachers, staff, instructional assistants as well, because I think they got a lot to say. And I think they would welcome the opportunity to be heard. No, I mean, I guess I can address some of this later. I hate to go on and on and on, but I do have a few more questions, but I can hold off on these.
I guess this is a terrible head and heart spot for students, for teachers, staff, parents, grandparents, everybody sitting up here, your team, Mr. Ellisor, to think about somebody coming into our schools and doing harm to our children. It's just a terrible head and heart spot to be in. I don't know if the weight that is felt is truly conveyed, but it is heavy. And so, I think we would be remiss if we didn't identify who the heroes are in this story, and that's the students. They felt a comfort in the culture that they were around to bring forth concerns and to bring forth fears, and fared it out to be true. So, that's a hero in my book. And I think that speaks to all the things that we're talking about. I think that speaks to the discipline. I think that speaks to the social and emotional learning aspect. I think that speaks to everything Mr. Pender spoke about, that the culture is set as a protective culture. Also, we don't know what we don't know. And so from what I gather and from what I understand, we welcome SLED to come into our schools and tell us what we don't know. We welcome the identifiers of, you need cameras. You need cameras in this location. You need to up this. You may need additional security. I don't think there's any recommendation they would make that we would not give every weight and consideration to, and every budgetary allowance that we can. You know, that's the hard part of our position, is that if you notice over the past 3, 4, 5 years, everything is cyclical and everything has priority at any given time. When I first came on the board, school safety was a high priority. Unfortunately, we sometimes treat school safety, and I don't mean this board, I mean as a culture, we treat school safety as a one-time event. And it's not a one-time event. It is a conversation to be had. It's a conversation that is continued with the students, that is continued with the staff, and we make and course correct and adjust all along the way. And so to me, our process starts there. Our process starts with SLED. Our process starts with evaluating our schools to give us the slate in which we need to operate from so that we can make the best informed decisions. I don't know I don't know what the solutions are. I know some questions I have, but I don't know what the solutions are, and I think we have to appreciate that. I think we have to appreciate the advice that you and your staff give. I did not send my children the next day, okay, because because I know of the culture that exists in our schools, and I know the work that goes on behind the scenes, and so I feel secure in that. And but you know, are we flawless? No, we're not flawless, but we have to have a conversation about it, and I think it starts with SLED. So I was glad to see that.
Dr. Little, so when I'm looking around this room, there's about maybe 5 people that I don't know, but the rest, whether it's senior leadership or the board, we are all parents. And so I know all of us in here really, truly, our kids' safety is super important to us. And so maybe you or even Catherine could elaborate a little bit on how you guys decide what information you do share with parents when there is a threat. For example, I know there's lockdowns and lockouts. Lockouts are the threats outside the school, lockdowns the threats inside the school. So for example, just in the past week, we've had a lockdown at a school and a lockout at a school. And when there was a lockout, the parents were shared, because it was at my own kid's school, what the threat was. We were told the person had escaped, they were in this area, the police were looking for them. We were given information, and it's sounding, I'm not a parent at Wayne, so I don't know exactly what they were told, but it sounds like they were just told, hey, there's a lockdown. So how did you guys, is that what was shared? That was the quote that I heard earlier.
Well, here's what I want to do. Instead of, it's not really Catherine. Catherine is the mode of the sharing, right?
Yeah.
So notice that the text messaging is actually something new for us, I think maybe last year or so in terms of communication.
So really more like how you guys decide what information you're sharing.
So I'm going to let Mr. Ellisor talk about that, because it's about our law enforcement, it's about
right,
us
so I just
and communication.
I think it would be helpful for us to hear why you share what you share.
I think it when you're in an active situation and you're working with law enforcement, we take guidance from law enforcement about what they're doing, where they're going, what they're investigating, and how they're investigating it. And we don't want to do anything to jeopardize an investigation. So we have to be very careful not to share too much information. So we take guidance and direction from law enforcement in those situations. And I mean, you mentioned we're parents. He's a parent. He wanted to put his kids' pictures up there, and I told him don't do it. We're all parents, and we all understand the angst and the anxiety about the situations. I'm standing there last week, and that we had a locked out situation. I'm standing there with the law enforcement officer listening to their radio, and I have angst, and I've got the information coming right to me. So I understand the need for consumption of information. And at some point, you have to just understand that those involved in the situation are working as hard and as fast as they can to get more information to folks that doesn't impact what's happening.
So it's safe to probably tell our parents that we will share every bit of information that is safe to share with you based off of what the law
Christy,
enforcement
do you have any
experts
other-
are telling
No,
us.
that pretty much sums it up, and we work with all law enforcement partners, and, who's sending the communication? I mean, is the principal sending the communication? Is the principal communicating with me to find out that information? So you gotta think about those steps in place. Is the administration communicating with Catherine's office, the communications department, before sending that information? That's kind of where that is, but we don't want to get ahead of law enforcement. We work with them. They are kind enough to contact folks like me to say, hey, this is what's going on. You need to be aware of it. You need to lock out your schools, things like that. It is a relationship that we have formed over the years, and we don't want to jeopardize that relationship by giving out information that we're not supposed to know, but we're going to do everything we can to protect our students and our schools.
I think we're just, y'all, in such a hard time because everyone
That's
has
exactly
these
right.
in their back pocket. And so, I would be willing to say majority of our secondary students have these at their fingertips, which means my kids can text mama and say, hey, we're locked down, what's going on? And then I'm thinking, oh no, I don't know. But
That sums it up right there. That's exactly what's happening. Yes.
So,
And so everything's happening so quickly, and everybody's wanting answers so quickly, we can't give them answers because law enforcement is the one who's working that incident, not us. So we're just trying to manage what's
which
happening.
doesn't make us feel any better, but.
I understand.
yeah.
I understand.
May I also add that it is very fluid in a situation like this, and it's happening very fast. And I do think the lockout that happened in the River Bluff area is a good example.
Yeah.
Police told me what was happening and said, you can send this, and I sent it, and not 1 minute later, they called me and said, that's not exactly what's happened. And so this is now what we know. And so if I shared what I did with White Knoll families, what if it had changed in 1 minute and now families of 2,000 students had the wrong information? So I also try to be a calming presence in sharing as much reliable, factual information as law enforcement allows me to share when I can share it. And in the text that I sent, I also said, I will share another message when I can. And I tried to then do that with families when I could safely do that. But I also want to remind parents that our immediate goal is to make sure their student is safe inside the building. That's always going to be our first goal. And then communicating and allowing them to know what's happening with their student is a very close second goal, but making sure their student is safe inside the building is our first goal.
Well, and Ms. McPhail, I'll add to just the conversation, and not to go into how law enforcement makes decisions, but I think, like we've talked about, a lockout is that there is a danger outside of the school, and a lockdown is the danger is inside the school. And it could be that sharing more information quickly about what's going on with a lockdown would make the students inside the building less safe. And so if there was not more information shared, then that is law enforcement's way of keeping those students in the building safer until they can share more information. Does that kind of make sense? Because with the lockout, the information was happening on the outside, and the students, as long as they stayed in the building, they were fine. But with the lockdown, when the students are in the building, we wanted to make sure that they were safe. And so the best way to do that was not more information, because what was happening was inside the building with them. So.
And one other question. Clear bags and metal detectors, what has been the conversation around those?
There was a conversation in years past related to athletics about those. Several in the state started looking at that after I think it was the Irmo incident at a football game where an individual yelled gun. There was no gun, but there was something on those lines, which prompted that conversation. But we have had that conversation, yes.
And what did that entail?
We don't have clear bag policies or metal detectors at athletic fields, so we're still in those talks currently. As I understand, we're going to reevaluate that to take another look at it.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk about our investment in armed officers at those games?
Yeah, so when we had those conversations, one of the things that came up was the logistics of managing metal detectors, as an example. If you take, and we talked through this the other day, if you take Lexington High School, for example, in the spring, you're familiar with the campus. You have a softball field on one side of the campus, you have tennis courts, then you have a baseball field, then you have a track, and then you have a soccer or football stadium, which could be being used for lacrosse. You have acres of events that could be going on at one time. So funneling parents to those various events and manning, 6 to 8 metal detectors that would probably be required to handle that became challenging for the school to staff and challenging for us to try to figure out how to staff as well. And so the conversation led to what's more effective, or the most effective thing, is to see an armed law enforcement presence at these events. And so we focused at the time our resources on providing that. And if you go back and look in the budget, in years past, schools were, out of their local fundraising budgets, booster club budgets and so forth, were staffing resource officers at games inconsistently, because some schools didn't have the fundraising capability to support the staffing. And the hourly wages required to support these resource officers will continue to go up. So the district took that on, said, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to fund that centrally, and we're going to manage the scheduling of that. And so we removed that cost from the schools so that wasn't a barrier anymore. And so we put a focus on having armed officer presences at our events. We still have a struggle occasionally getting those staffed in the current environment. The police force has employment issues just like every other industry, it seems like. And so sometimes we can't get an armed officer available, but that's where we focused our resources right now. But we are having conversations. You're probably aware that there's been some legislation introduced to put walk-through metal detectors in every school in the state. And so we're evaluating that. Technology continues to get better. There is detection equipment out there now that you can just walk through, and it doesn't slow down the process. And so, we're obviously evaluating that as well. So it's a continuous process we're looking at.
All right, I think you have just the operations update, but we're going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Thank you.
Right, we are back, and we are going to, with Mr. Warren's permission, we are nixing his part of the program, but we will be updating the website with current pictures of the projects that are going on. There's a lot going on in the district right now. He assured me that his report was going to be about 25 minutes long. So we'll get a full update in January. And so I believe is that all for your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Little? All right. Thank you very much. All right, now we are moving on to item 12.0, new business, which is the first reading of the Lakeside Middle School zoning proposal. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Salters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I got to put my hands on the remote real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so this evening, we are going to be talking about first reading of the Lakeside Middle School attendance lines. As you recall, we were in the process of constructing that school, and it will open in August of the upcoming year, so we're excited about that new facility coming up.
I don't mean to interrupt. Well, I do mean to
You didn't,
interrupt,
yeah,
or I
you're
wouldn't
interrupting.
interrupt. Just as a reminder, the reason we're doing this in December, we normally go January, February, March. This time we backed it up to December. That is Ms. Price's fault. Ms. Price, would you like to address that for us, please?
It is my fault. I will accept responsibility for that. Obviously, in this market, we want to be as viable as we can. We want to make sure that we're reaching out to teachers as soon as we can, potential candidates. In order to do that in this situation, we kind of need to resolve the matter of who is going to what schools, how many people are going to transfer, what does that look like, and how many openings then do we have at each location. And so, you know, normally in other years, when you start the process in January and move forward, you still had some time in the spring to deal with that after that process was over. But in this market, again, we want to be earlier rather than later. And so we asked if we could potentially start that in December. It helps on two fronts. It helps us get out there and find good candidates, but it also helps the teachers in those schools know, hopefully a little bit sooner, where their home is going to be once we settle the FTE. So thank you for allowing us to do that.
All right, so with that being said, we have done, obviously, rezoning a number of times in the district as we've opened new facilities over the years. And so, you know, we have some rationale that we use when we do that. Obviously, we're trying to use our building infrastructure efficiently as possible, which in this case would be Medellin Middle School and Lakeside Middle School. Those are the affected school buildings, or the Lexington Middle School. We try to minimize the division of subdivisions. I'll point that out to you here shortly as we look at some maps. We'd like to allow for future student growth as much as possible in our permanent facilities with the way the district is growing. We always try to do that. We do consider traffic patterns for efficient and safe student transportation. And we utilize natural boundaries and major roadways where possible. That makes it easier for folks to look at a map and say, oh, there's the line, it's, you know, 378, or it's Highway 1, or whatever the, you know, the roadway is, or the, you know, particular creek, 14 Mile Creek, or whatever. And then we're obviously looking in this case to balance student enrollment between Lakeside, the former Lexington Middle, and Medellin Middle School. So taking a look at our current attendance lines, we you know, have the current Lexington Middle School in this light green here, and then Medellin in this yellow. And as you recall, we actually started this process a few years ago, and tried to do some work on these lines when we opened Beechwood, but through community feedback, it was decided that it would be better to wait until the new facility opened, and so that's kind of brought us back to this point. We're excited about that. This line here, Old Chapin Road, will not change, and I say that to say that what that means is that the Beechwood Middle School attendance area is not affected. the Pleasant Hill Middle School attendance area is not affected. So the only shuffling, if you will, that's going to occur is between the current Lexington Middle School and the Meadow Glen attendance areas. So you can see with 616 approximate enrollment and 1027 there at Meadow Glen. Looking at the proposed boundaries for the new Lakeside Middle School, it's a little hard to see on this map. I'll give you a tool at the end that'll really help you hone in on this. The lower portion of this hasn't changed, and so basically this is I-20 running through here. We cut up through here, and we get up to 378. It's labeled Sunset Boulevard on this map here. But we start down, really where the line starts to change is right here. We start down Hope Ferry Road, and we come in behind these neighborhoods right in this area here. And this is a good example of where we, in years past, actually tried to, we inadvertently split a neighborhood, and then through feedback we changed the lines because the neighborhood was actually divided by Hope Ferry Road. But we followed 14 Mile Creek through here, and then cut off and across here to get back to Millstream Road, and where Millstream forks off, we pick up Millstream, and then we take a left down Lee Cleckley and head over to Corley Mill Road. And so this area here in the light green would be the new Lakeside attendance area, and then this area to the right would be the Meadow Glen attendance area. This would leave approximate enrollments of 852 and 826. And I say approximate because there's a lot that goes into these numbers when you shuffle students. And that's why Ms. Price, and rightly so, wanted to start in December, because when we have grandfathering options that we'll talk about, we have some other choice options that come into play. And so we need to let these enrollments settle out and figure out exactly where these students are going to land over the next few months, so that we can appropriately staff the schools. Talking about the feeder patterns, so at Lakeside, in this proposal, a portion of Lexington Elementary, a portion of New Providence Elementary, and a portion of Midway Elementary would attend Lakeside. Meadow Glen Middle School, all of Meadow Glen Elementary would attend Meadow Glen Middle, and then a portion of Midway and a portion of Oak Grove Elementary School would attend that. In looking at our feeders, and I'll look at the high school pattern. So it's Lakeside is River Bluff as well as Meadow Glen. As I said, a number of years ago, we looked at when we did the Beechwood zoning. Actually, we created through that zoning true feeder patterns for our middle and high school, or for our high schools. And so it's really important programmatically for students at the middle school level to matriculate to a common high school and not be split. It's easier to absorb that split when two students are in the elementary school and they go to different middle schools. They're not involved in all the after-school activities, all the extracurricular programs that are offered through the school yet at the elementary level. However, when they get to the middle school level, they get involved in a lot of stuff typically, and a lot of that stuff is tied to a particular high school. So Mr. Calhoun has lived that experience where you had kids going from one middle school to two high schools. That makes it very challenging to have an identity. And so by making a common feeder at that middle school level, it really gives that identity to those students and connects them with their future high school. So this zoning obviously preserves that, but it does have some splitting that goes on at the elementary level to achieve that. Speaking of grandfathering, for our rising eighth graders, the new attendance lines, any current seventh grader, if it shows that they would be rezoned to Lakeside as a Meadow Glen student. They can choose their 8th grade year to go to Meadow Glen Middle School. That's also an option for their sibling if they have, for example, a rising 6th grade sibling that's coming in. They can do that, and the sibling can stay there with their their other sibling, their older sibling. The situation with grandfathering is that parents need to provide transportation to achieve that. There's no special bus routes to be able to run into the other zone and pick those students up and bring them out of zone into that school. A couple other topics that come into play in this situation. The first here is immersion. The Chinese immersion program, we're proposing to remain at Meadow Glen Middle School. And then the French immersion program to be located at Lakeside Middle School. And then looking at trying to make this decision, a lot of factors went into this, but the primary factor is where the students live and what program they're feeding into. And so 87% of the rising 6th, 7th, and 8th graders live in the Lakeside Middle School attendance area already. So for French. So by far the majority of students that are in that French immersion program are living in that Lakeside attendance zone. And so, that's kind of the biggest driver to move that program to continue that support for those students. Additionally, the rising 8th grade students that are in that French immersion program, we're going to have some parent feedback to have conversations with them about, where their students may land, because they do have the option as a rising 8th grader to grandfather at the school. And so we're going to evaluate that, over the next month or so and come up with a final recommendation, certainly before, final reading is presented to the board. Additionally, another factor related to instructional programs that I wanted to highlight is that Mr. Calhoun will be undertaking the transition to EL education and opening Lakeside Middle School. And some of that work, I believe, has already started at Lexington Middle School. They were an IB school. And so, again, to provide that continuity of instructional program tied to River Bluff High School, which has been a flagship EL school for a long time, they will be working towards that strategy in Lakeside Middle School as well. Some key dates for consideration. Obviously, first reading is tonight. We will have 2 public meetings. One will be hosted at Lexington Middle and one will be hosted at Meadow Glen Middle. These will be in January 10th and January 12th. They'll be at 6 p.m. We'll do a general presentation at those meetings and then have stations set up for parents to ask specific questions, and obviously we'll be there at the presentation to ask questions. And they will have feedback forms available to provide feedback that we will assimilate and share with the board for your consideration. We'll have second reading at the board meeting in January, and then third and final reading we'd ask for action at the February 15th board meeting. And so I mentioned earlier, it's kind of hard to see this presentation will be available online, but it's kind of hard to see the exact lines. But this website link will be also available. You can go into this link and put in your address, and it will tell you which schools you're zoned for under the new lines. So that'll be available on the website after this evening. So that's the easiest way to figure out where you're zoned. And then with that, I'll happy to ask or answer any questions you have.
Can you remind me of the capacity of Lakeside and Meadow Glen?
Yeah, sure. The initial capacity of Lakeside is 1,000 students. 1,200 students and a core of 1,500. Meadow Glen is 1,000 and 1,200. The difference in the initial versus the core, I use that term. Initial is, what is the structure built for classroom space-wise? And then the core means the cafeteria structure, the gymnasium, the bathroom facilities, the hallways are wide enough, et cetera, to handle 1,500 students in the case of Lakeside. So if we add portable classrooms, which we have kind of in our plan, we grow schools with portables first and then add additions to them. If we do that, we have the core capacity to handle those, should we grow past that.
I think there's something in the soil that we put around our schools that grows portables outside of them right after they're open. So.
If you can tell me what that is, I'd love to put some Roundup on it. Because I'd rather grow permanent classrooms. Any other questions? Well, we'll have multiple opportunities for feedback. I didn't mention, but we are, Mr. Warren and I will be meeting with the school improvement councils at each school prior to the feedback sessions, and so we're also doing that. So we're really looking for feedback, and we'll certainly be sharing that with the board and allowing you to have some time for discussion and consideration. Thank you.
And you want to tell them what you're doing tomorrow, Ms. Price? Teachers or staff? Isn't that the 15th of December? I thought I was leading you with a softball. I'm sorry. I thought you knew we were on the same page there.
It's late, apparently.
Dr. Little, it is
sleepy.
5 after.
It's all right. I thought we were right on the same page.
Yeah. Tomorrow, today, what day is it? Tomorrow, my staff and I will be going out to both schools and just having an opportunity to share kind of the process with them, what that's going to look like, what they can do if they would like to remain at a certain school or transfer to a certain school. Share kind of, in case they didn't have the opportunity to watch tonight, share some of the big picture information that, about the lines and where that is headed. So we hope, we won't have all the answers for them because that won't happen until we can finalize some of that FTE, but at least give them an idea of what the process looks like and what's to come. So thank you for the softball lob that I failed at.
All right. We are now at item 13.0, items for board information. You've received the following reports for information only. The monthly general fund financial reports, budget transfers, the monthly capital projects report, the monthly unauthorized procurements report, and a quarterly grants award report. All right, we are at item 14.0, which is adjournment. And I would just like to say on behalf of the board, want to wish you all a very happy and safe holiday. I don't know about you, but this has been the fastest 900-day semester we've ever had. It's been very fast and also really long. And so I think we are all ready for a nice restful break and rejuvenate and come back in January in 2022 ready to charge forward. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Good night. Happy holidays.